everybody. How are you doing, folks? Welcome to another Caribbean American News Network. Please let me know if you are hearing me loud and clear. I am just making some adjustments to our system here on Caribbean American News Network. We're making some adjustments, and those adjustments, they are to serve you, the people. Just give me 1 second, folks. 1 second. Let me see if I am hearing properly. Yes, sir. Loud and clear. We are firing on all cylinders now. Tonight, I saw the need to come on. I know that Mr. Charles came on earlier, Marvin Charles, but then he's not feeling too well. So we're not going to leave the space empty for any Pines to come and take that space. All right. So sound the alarm. I'm sorry, Caribbean American News Network. We are always on the ball. We're always ready. By the way, there's a lot happening in the news. There's a lot happening that I would want to share with you, but I want you to share this live with your friends. We're going to give you some time. And by the way, for those of you who have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, it's very important that you do so. We still are in the process of getting our soup kitchen on the island of St. Lucia. We have over 268 subscribers so far. We need to get to 1,000 so that we can start helping people on the ground in St. Lucia. All right. So we are right now at 268. If you have not subscribed to YouTube, it is free of charge. You just need to go over to Caribbean American News Network and press subscribe. There is no card needed, no credit card, nothing. It is free. You are not being charged for anything over there. All right. And like I promise you, I'm not in the business of charging anybody for anything. It's a service that we're providing to you, the people of St. Lucia. So if you can go over to YouTube quickly and just subscribe, and you can come back over, or you can stay over there. All right. You can stay over there. Now, while you're doing that, I'm going to be drinking some of my Moby that I made for the past 3 days. Is that it has not been on the fridge. It's not alcohol. It has not fermented. It is still good. It is still good. All right. It helps to keep the body in top shape. So please, and also for those of you on Facebook, you need to follow and you need to like. You need to follow and like. Follow and like. Now on our Facebook platform, some Caribbean American News, we have just gotten the approval from Facebook for stars, and we are happy for that, because that too will come in handy with our YouTube subscribers to assist. We have a lot of requests from families, and we know that there are many of you who are in the diaspora. You are helping, you are doing as much as you can, and I do not want to place any more burden on you in asking you to buy anything or to pay a cent for anything. I really don't want to put that burden on you. I know from my heart that you have been helping. Many of you have been burned in the past with your monies, and so I would not encourage you to rush into purchasing or paying any subscription to for anything. All right, I wouldn't advise you to do that. But what I can advise you to do is to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and also you can like and follow our Facebook page at Caribbean American News Network. And the star features, it is up to you. It is up to you, but it is called the Less Fortunate. Once you press that, so far, our Facebook income, it is approximately $3.78. $3.78. That those are stars. Persons bought 378 stars. 378 stars is not $378. It is $3.78. All right. So far, Caribbean American News on Facebook, our Facebook page, have generated $3.78 through the star feature. I just wanted to let you know that. Very soon I will give you an entire report as to what we're doing, and I'm pleased to announce to you that from the time we got on the air, last month, we were able to reach 500,000 viewers. Now, you should be celebrating and dancing. You're quiet, folks. We are almost at the 1 million viewership on Caribbean American News. I will have a special presentation where I show you what you have done. We will take our call soon. I will show you what we have done here on the platform. We are reaching people, folks. Almost 1 million viewers. 1 million viewers, and I am excited about it, and we're hoping that we can increase those viewers. A majority of our viewers are from St. Lucia, and I see our main city is Castries, Gros Islet, Dennery, Monrepos, Vieux Fort, Soufrière. We have viewers there also, but I will show you the stats, but we are reaching 1 million viewers so far. And our YouTube channel, we are still getting there, but we got to increase our subscription over there so that we can make the impact. Amen. We can make the impact. So stick with me. Watch this space. Watch this space, folks. We are getting there. We are not here to boast about numbers. It is not about us. It is about the message. It is about the message. So, right now, a lot of folks have settled into the attacks, personal attacks, attacking me on religion and everything. That has settled in. Folks are now accustomed of me being here, being a voice to you, our St. Lucian people. So that is out of the way. And now we're going to focus on the actual issues that affect you, the people. Now, I'll say to you that there is not much mepui that they can give me, because by the grace of God, I've tried to live a clean life, and not a perfect one, but I've tried to live a clean life. I've tried my best by the grace of God to practice what I preach, all right? And throughout my life, I have been a humanitarian, providing to the less fortunate in many cities, countries, and villages in the world. So there's not much that they can get to hammer me down. So now that I've gotten that distraction out of the way, and I understand folks were concerned because they have never seen maybe a religious person getting involved so deep like me, trying to impact the society by forcing the hand of governments to do what is right by the people. And so folks are not accustomed to that. And so they say all what they want to say, and they curse off and everything else. And, Mr. Kiki RR said he forgive me. I forgive him. And, we're going to move forward, but I'm not going to attack him. He's not going to attack me. We're going to keep it on the issues. All right. And by the way, I just want to say, I know many of you will get upset, but I want to say to his wife in St. Lucia, happy birthday to you, ma'am, and may God continue to bless you. And to Catherine Bernard, my friend, who is celebrating her 70th birthday. Now, I was very upset with her because she did not invite me, and I'm sure that party was in Brooklyn. She never invited me to that party, so I'm going to ask her to send at least 5,000 stars in penances. She got to pay 5,000 stars for not inviting me to her party. That's her punishment, all right? So, Catherine Bernard, happy birthday to you. May God bless you, and may you live to see many, many more birthdays to come, all right? Now, I take a shot of Mobby on that birthday celebration that I missed out on. Folks, we have a lot that we got to discuss tonight. A lot. Now, there are times when I'm going to take you back into history. Now, let me set up the discussion. There are a number of things that I have on my mind tonight that I want you to join me on. You can make your calls later on after I have made my intro. One, I was sitting there and I was thinking today, I was looking back at social media, the effects of social media on the last elections, and I came up with some very damning clips, comments, statements that was made by the opposition and their supporters. Now, you had a number of social commentators and vloggers online like Trisha Lionel and others who were out there week after week fighting on behalf of the Labour Party to get them in power. Now, looking back at some of those clips, I now see why I will have to go back and pull them out. Because if I don't do it, then I would not affect history. If we leave those statements and allegations and the mischief that was done by those pundits, if we do not go back and correct them, if we don't go back in history and fix them, then our generation that will come after us, when they read the history books, it will not be a pleasant picture for St. Lucia. The racism, the bitterness, the hatred, the anger, the division, the divisiveness that took place during that era should not go on. We should not allow it to take root in the history of St. Lucia. Therefore, I am going to go back as much as I can in those clips, and we will correct them going forward so that the next generation, as they go back into the archives and they look at these pundits and commentators who have confused the masses of St. Lucian, causing many to vote against their own interests, and cause many to stay home because they were confused because of misinformation. We will go back into history and we will correct them one clip at a time, so that when our generation look back into the archives, they will hear my voice and they will know that I stood up to correct these evil that was presented to us as news and commentaries in the past few years. But they must be corrected for the sake of the generation to come. Now, I understand that in doing it, some hacks from either party, especially the Labour Party, they're going to get mad and they're going to shout and scream, but it is okay for them to shout and scream. This is not about you all. This is about preparing a generation and setting the path forward so that the generation to come will not make the same mistakes that we have made and we are still making now. But they will look back and they would not want to be part of the garbage that was presented to the people as information, as news, and as facts. It got to be corrected. It got to be fixed. So I am not concerned about hacks and everybody else jumping and screaming. At the end of it, history would be very nice to me, because what I am doing here, I am making history. So that when generations to come look back at Caribbean American news and they read some of our comments, they will not look at us as being ignorant and as being blind and uncouth. But they would hear me shouting from the mountain top, screaming from the bottom of my lungs against the atrocities that has been presented to us as information, as news, and then we will expose the press for depressing information We will expose the press, the media houses, for their hypocrisy. And we will expose politicians for their double standard, their selfishness, their hatefulness, their bigotry, and their racism. We must correct it now, going forward. And yes, the generation to come will find a hospital with air condition in its hallway. Yes, they will find a hospital with pipes running on top of the ground to trip people over. Yes, they will find a hospital at St. Jude with columns in the center of walkways. Yes, they will find a hospital infested with moles, having to be corrected ever so often. Now, you can shut down, you can close down Lucilec building for a day or a week for mold, but how can you shut a hospital down to take care of the mole problem? Now, that's the question. So are we building for the future when we bring in our selfish and childish ambitions and our get back at you attitude, while penalizing a generation, penalizing a community with a hospital that is not fitted, not even for fowls? And the people must remain silent because they are afraid that the pundits and the powerhouses will come at them and besmirch them. Here, this is no time for you to protect your character. It is no time for you to preserve your prestigious name. It is time to call it out. It is time to stand up. It is time to let your voices be heard, because history will not be nice. It will not be nice to you. So all those of you with a voice, it is time to let your voices be heard. Cry out against all that is not right in your society. Forget about all the Christians and non-Christians who say, oh, no, that's not about God, that's not good. We are Christians, we should stay out of it. You forget about those. History will judge them too. History will not be nice to them. I want to be on the side of good history, sound history, where a people can be proud of, where my daughter, my grandchildren, my nieces and nephews would be able to say, I am proud of my uncle, I am proud of this brother who was not afraid of being persecuted by the powers that be. But he stood up. He sounded the alarm. He did not want money from anybody. He did not want anything from anyone, but he stood up and he sounded the alarm against the evils in the society and crooked leaders in government. I want to be on the good side of history, not on the bad side of history. So I say to you tonight, there's a lot that we got to uncover. And it is just a shame, it's shameful that these old men are leaving behind a mess for the generations to come to fix, when we should have been preparing the way so that the generation can focus on other things. Now they got to focus on building infrastructure, demolishing hospitals that cost millions of dollars, because the hospital that are built, they are not building a hospital for the future. They are building the hospital for 5 people at a stadium. In other words, they're saying to you that St. Lucia is not going to grow in the future. If Christ don't come, St. Lucia will still have 100,000 people, or 178,000. They are not building for the future. They are building for now. If you build for now, you will fail later. It means that a generation now got to look for another spot to build a new hospital in Vieux Fort. It means that a generation now will have to look for more land space to build a bigger airport for the future. It means that they will have to move houses from the side of the streets and caboose from the side of the road in order to expand it to accommodate the future of vehicles. What are we doing in the society? What are we doing? Are we playing Mepui type politics? Get back at you when I'm in power? Get back at you when I'm in opposition? Is that building a nation? Is that building a nation? Look at Dominica. Look at what is happening in Dominica. A broken democratic system that needed to be fixed before any election is called. A government waiting, actually ambushing the opposition. Ambush them. When you ambush the opposition, you are ambushing the people of Dominica. And people here, the Speaker of the House, he's celebrating the brilliancy of Mr. Skerrit. While the people in Dominica are crying out for electoral reform, we have a Speaker in the House who don't know his head from his foot, cheering the Dominican Prime Minister on. When we should be saying to this Prime Minister of Dominica, no, that's the wrong path you are taking, my brother. That is the wrong path. Fix the broken system first. Then call elections. Get electoral reform. The Chief Justice recommended that it be changed. But no, you ambush your own people for your own political gain. And we see the same thing in St. Lucia. A bunch of idiots, power hungry, and I'm upset tonight, power hungry, self-centered, cannot function outside of any governmental position. Some have never seen power in their life. Bewitching the country, blighting the country. And a generation now got to come back after many years and billions of dollars in debt, got to pay the billions of dollars in debt, and got to look for more billions of dollars to build a new hospital in Vieux Fort and to build a proper airport. Is that what we are doing? It is time to call out these old men. These old men have run out of ideas. It is time for them to sit down and shut up and allow persons with vision to take lead of a country and set the foundation. We are hundreds of days and years behind in development in St. Lucia. Hundreds of days while they are trying to hold on to banana. Banana is not going to come back. Banana is not going to be your green gold. You've got to look for other means in your country. St. Lucia has mangoes. They have soil. Respect your farmers. Get your farmers involved in food security in your country. Start producing in mass numbers in your country so that if there's another disaster, you will be food efficient, food sufficient, that you would not be lacking sugar or lacking flour or rice in your country. Shame on those politicians. COVID was a test of time for governments. St. Lucia failed to use the opportunity that COVID brought to enhance their food security. They failed, and why they failed? Because the opposition at the time, they were busy fighting for power instead of joining hands with the then government to build St. Lucia so that they can withstand any other major disaster or world crisis. Instead, they brought the country to the ground. Everything in St. Lucia was the worst, while these men were in opposition. Everything was the worst. The handling of COVID was the worst. The finance was the worst. The government was the worst. And basically, the people was the worst. Healthcare was the worst. You listen to those brutes, and they say to you that everything in the country, while they were in opposition, was the worst. Tourism was the worst. All of a sudden, tourism is the best. We have the best healthcare system. We have the best government. We have the best COVID response. We have the best crime response. We have the best of everything now. What is wrong with St. Lucia? What is wrong with St. Lucia? Can anybody answer me? What is wrong with St. Lucia? When one party is in, it's the worst. When another party is the best? Is that how you run a country? It is time to give the people breathing space so that they can think about the issues. But instead, you use your positions to continue with your campaigns instead of building a stronger St. Lucia and a better St. Lucia, a resilient St. Lucia. A St. Lucia that it can sustain themselves with their own food and products. St. Lucia can make their own macaroni. St. Lucia can plant their own stuff. And I want to call out some of you local farmers. How in the world a dasheen can move from $4 to $20 or $15? How in the world sweet potato can just skyrocket and bananas prices skyrocket? Grown provisions that are grown in people's backyard just skyrocket. Grown provisions that grow in Dennery is sold in Dennery, as though those dasheens are on the world market and are affected by the world market prices. Folks, I'm upset with greed. So yes, we're talking about government, but you got to talk about your local people and their greed. Yes, my friends, the world suffers when it comes to shipping and everything else. But the prices that you are seeing in your supermarket, it is not as a result 100% because the shipping costs went up. It is because of greed. It is because of greed. It's greed, brethren, that is killing your people, the people of the world. It is greed that are killing your politicians. It is greed. It is greed that destroys your people. So I want to ask a question. How can dasheen grown in Lifaway in Dennery, during COVID, the price just gone up by 100%? Tell me. If somebody can tell me, I'll be happy. Instead of these people saying, look, if I keep my price down, I will get more. People will buy more. I will have more if I sell at a lower price. Can you not see that your people need to eat and survive? It is not greed. And guess what? The churches and society, they keep quiet on these issues. And we find excuses upon excuse. How can chicken back move from 99 cents to $10 or $5 a pound? You tell me. And why are you St. Lucians not growing your own chicken? Why are you importing foreign chicken in your country that are killing your people? You know why? Because of greed again. When those poultry farmers sell their chicken, they sell it very expensive too. I got to tell you the truth tonight. And I dare anyone to tell me be quiet. Because my family is suffering, your family is suffering, we all are suffering. When, guess what? Because we got to send the money down. We got to send the money down. It doesn't even make sense to send barrels anymore to St. Lucia. You just save your money and send the barrel money. Do you know how expensive it is to get a barrel and the time to put a barrel together? Do you know the cost of a barrel? You take all that money, shipping and your time and all these, and the barrels alone have gone up. The prices of barrels have gone up. Just one barrel, $60, $65. To clear the barrel, another money. To ship the barrel, another set of money. So sometimes it is much cheaper because some of you want to show off that you have barrels coming to the Caribbean. You want to show off that you're sending barrels for your family. You want to show off that you have American poison food that you're sending for your family. They don't need it. Send the money and let them buy Dashin. Let them buy sweet potato. Let them buy local foods. Let them learn to live on their local items. No wonder you have a sick generation, a sick society with American food, pasta. And the health system is a mess. If I were you, I wouldn't eat much American food. You know what I do when I'm here in the United States? I go get Dashin, sweet potato, all them things, and I cook. When I go to buy fish, I go in the frozen aisle and I get the fish that are here from Jamaica, from the Caribbean, from Guyana. I buy those frozen ones because I know it comes straight from there. You got to eat what is right. Your healthcare system will kill you. You will go to the hospital with symptoms that can be corrected through a basic operation, and you will end up dead. You hear me? And because they want to get rid of you at the hospital, they say to you, there is no bed. Go home and drink water and come back in 5 days. Or go and see your doctor when they know you do not have money. And you can't see no doctor. Or you can't get no x-ray out there because it's expensive. Why our people got to pay for x-rays and MRI outside of the government hospital when we are paying our taxes to get those services, and you people sit down and you're silent because you're party blind? I got to talk to you tonight because I am upset with the nation. I am upset with the way you reason. I am upset with the way you think. All you do is curse each other out and you fight each other. But when a flood comes, all your furniture's gone. And what your politicians do, come with cameras to have to show that we're working and tell you sweet nothing. And all they do is go online to beg people and say, imagine government telling people to send barrels and put, when they should have stuff. Why do we not have a base in St. Lucia with beds and sponge and stuff, clothing and relief items for major disasters in St. Lucia? Why do you have to wait for a disaster to beg people for stuff? Why do you not have a warehouse, secure warehouse with mattresses? Why? Why do you not have emergency water? Why do you not have emergency generators and chainsaws for emergency? What is Nemo doing? So, government have failed you, folks. They have failed you. You have failed yourself. Because you go out there, we go out there as idiots. And we do not look at the issues that are affecting our society. And many of you on your way to vote, you're driving big potholes. On your way to vote, you go on a hungry stomach. On your way to vote, you go with your children not being able to go to school. On your way to vote, you go without a job. On your way to vote, you go without health insurance, and you vote against yourself. What the people in Vieux Fort is getting, that's what they wanted. Don't bend yourself out of shape, folks. And I'm sorry to say that there are good persons from Vieux Fort who don't want that. But the majority keep voting and voting, and in Masha, voting and voting. And what they have in Masha? Galvanized City. A river that looks like a forest. Lack of security. You got to be careful going in there at a certain time. That's what you have. Huh? What you have in Vieux Fort? An old nasty hospital that has done its time? That you can stand up and stretch and touch the ceiling? That you can turn on an air condition, and when you walk into the hallway, it's at hot like fire. Do you understand about air conditioning units and how they need to be vented properly? Do you understand that? Do you understand the more space you have, it is safer for patients and workers at the hospital? Don't you know that? That when it comes to the spread of disease, those who are epidemiologists and understand what I'm talking about, you know that when you have respiratory illnesses that you need space, you need more beds, you need more ventilation, you need a lot of space in dealing with respiratory problem. I do not understand if our government understands this, that based on the time we are in, you must prepare for respiratory ailments, respiratory diseases. How do you not know that as a government? With nurses and doctors who have studied, why are they not advising the government that we are to prepare for airborne diseases? Why? Why are we not prepared in St. Lucia for major disasters? Why are we not? Especially health crisis. In St. Lucia, you have a diabetic pandemic. You have a high blood pressure pandemic. You have a cancer pandemic. And still you are not prepared for it. Or you're talking about the World Health Organization and this organization. What are you doing with your taxpayers' dollar to protect the people of St. Lucia? You are dependent on foreigners to build diabetic clinics for you, when you should be taking the monies that you are paying your friends and your families with, taking that money and protect the people of St. Lucia. It is time to call it out. And folks, I am upset tonight. I am upset tonight because people are dying from sicknesses that can be corrected very easily. The first thing you do when someone goes to the hospital and they cry about back pain, side pain, or stomach pain, you take them for an X-ray or an MRI. The first thing you do, you don't give them medicine. You don't give them an IV that looked like mud water, like it fell into the last river flooding we had. And God knows how long it was there. You don't give your... First, you want to know what is going on. So for a doctor to operate in that environment, it's a hard thing. Because the doctor now got to guess what you have. The doctor got to guess what your symptoms are. And they fail many of the times because a gas pain, what can appear to be a gas pain, can be cancer, stomach cancer. And they can find it with a simple X-ray, a simple MRI right there at the government hospital. Not sending you down the road for one. Because most of those people should be at the hospital in emergency surgeries. Our people can live. We have buried innocent people who should be alive today because of governments failing the people of St. Lucia. And I am mad tonight because we have buried one too many women with cancer that could have been corrected. And I'm not protecting anyone, no party, no government tonight. No system, no church should be protected tonight. We all have failed the community. We have failed our society. And we have elected a bunch of bandits. Because they will not be able to lead in peace. Because when their voices was needed most, they were saying to you, St. Lucians, that we are the worst prepared in the Caribbean. They were having parties on St. Lucia being the worst. How dare you as an opposition, in the middle of a great crisis where the lives of people was at stake, you are celebrating that the country, while the government fighting to get vaccines and to get stuff together, you are busy protesting. You are busy breaking all laws. You are busy doing all kind of foolishness. And now you are holier than thou. You are baptized, Holy Ghost filled. Shame on you. And you should be called out tonight. So I am saying that you boast about starting the hospital, but the pictures that I saw today are upsetting. I never saw those pictures. And I could not understand. I had to ask if those pictures are real pictures. And they said, yes, they are. They are from workers on the inside. It's a shame. It's a shame. The best thing for you to do was to sell those little hospitals. Sell them to rum drinkers, people who want to sell rum, people who want to go and sell goats and stuff. Sell it to them instead. Sell it to your cousins so they can sell beef. Not the new hospital. You're selling the wrong hospital. You're messed up. Your mind is upside down. And you're spending millions of dollars, monies that can be spent to finish this new building. And I'm not accepting any excuse right now. I am not, because St. Lucia have a bunch of crooked engineers. If you look at our streets, our schools that are built by rivers, they got to be crooked and backwards. When you look at our roads design and buildings that are being built now, these guys need to be retired and taken out of the business. You have failed the people with infrastructure, and you have no authority. And this is why I would bring in foreigners. And sorry for shouting tonight. I would bring in foreigners to advise me on the hospital. Because you, engineers and professors, with all your degrees, have failed the people of St. Lucia. Schools are built in the mouth of the river, being flooded every time there is rain. Why are our schools flooding? Why? You tell me why. You are the engineer. You are the design man. Why are our schools flooding? Why are there so much mold in our buildings in St. Lucia? You are the engineers and the experts. That's the question. And people are not asking why Lucy-like buildings are always shut down because of mold. Why government buildings are shut down because of mold. Why? Because of bad engineering. And I dare anyone to tell me I'm wrong tonight. Folks, I dare you to tell me I am wrong. With all these engineers that giving advice now, you should shut your TV off. Don't listen to them. How dare you say to us that nothing was wrong with the building. All it needed was Clorox. Why are you spending $3 million if it needed Clorox? Why are you spending all this money if it was 70 or 80% finished? Buy the Clorox at Chemical. Clean it up. If that's all it needs, you don't need $3 million for chemical, for Clorox. And I am sure that the chemical company would give you half price on Clorox and bleach. And the same idiots, are coming on cameras and walking the hospital with their bags. The same people that gave us 8, 7, 10 different dates for the opening, walking with their bags in the same hospital, saying to you, it will take us a long, long time to finish and a lot of money to finish it. And you celebrate that there's a hospital finishing now? Give me a break, St. Lucian. I'm about to abandon ship on you all. Because I've never seen anything like this in my life. I'm serious. Folks, I'm very serious tonight. Now let me show you something in history here. If you think I'm joking. I'll go back to Dominica soon, but let me show you something. And I'll tell you when I'm going to open the line. Though I'm not opening the line yet. All right. Let's go back to episode 206. Exhibit, I call it. because this is a court hearing today. Tonight, it's court hearing. Call your friends, tag your friends, get everybody online for court session tonight. I am the judge tonight. I am the judge. And we're going to put things straight tonight. All right? So I am the judge and the court is now in order. So any one of you have to take your drink, drink it now. No drinking in court after. Good. So I just had my mobby. So I can shoot now. Well, let me be careful. I can move on. Good. Let's go to exhibit. And exhibit is 206. And this is taken from UTV. Mornings with Trisha Lionel.
Were posed to him on the need for economic stimulus as a result of COVID-19. Senior political correspondent Miguel Favre was among the Parliament press corps and filed this report.
Up until the last fuel price adjustment, government continued to collect more than the $4 excise tax per gallon of fuel. Even as prices dropped, consumers in some cases have been paying close to $2 on the gallon more than they are supposed to. When the excise tax was increased by 60%.
Okay, hold that. Now, that is Mr. Miguel, who is in government now. So you heard the report. Folks, Exhibit 206, Your Honor. So he says that the government, that's the Alan Chastney government, is continuing to collect $4 on the price of gas, even though the prices are going down. Prices are going down, but he's still collecting $4 on the people. Let's go back to Mr. Miguel.
The rationale put forward by both Prime Minister Alan Chastney and Economic Development Minister Guy Joseph was that the extra $1.50 would be placed in a lockbox for use towards much-needed repair of the island's road network. But even before minibus operators called for a rebate on fuel as a result of severe revenue loss imposed by COVID-19 social distancing protocols, calls have been made for the island's fishers to get a break on fuel costs. And Alan Chastney says,
no.
And the reason?
There's been no, it's not to fishers. We have a gas tax that's on that everyone's been contributing to. And, you know, I've heard the argument with regards to the fishermen. I'm very sympathetic to what that they're saying. But the reality is they use the roads like everybody else.
The average St. Lucian pelagic fisher uses approximately 45 gallons of gasoline per day. Average trips per week, 4. The new dispensation of the Fish Marketing Corporation, more so in light of COVID, has been purchasing less from the fishers. They in turn have resorted to traversing the island in search of sales. Additional fuel consumed.
This is where the monies have been going to and help to improve their distribution of the fish when they catch them. But certainly we are doing a lot more of other things to be able to help the fishermen out.
Now, based on what was in the estimates, the government was saying that they were going to be putting aside $24.2 million, and they were hoping to get that money from the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan. Now, remember that loan is a loan which has not yet even, as far as I know, has not even been requested as yet. If it has been requested, very well. It certainly has not been approved. It certainly has not gone to the House of Assembly or the Parliament for a resolution for borrowing. That hasn't happened, but it's in the budget on page 588 if you want to check it out for yourself. And that, if you use the calculation, $24.2 million and $1,500 per person, that would mean we would be seeing somewhere around 16,100 beneficiaries through that program. Now, if you go to the website and you read who are the target groups for that program, it actually says, quote, persons or entities who generated income as offshoot service providers of the tourism industry, taxi drivers, jet ski operators, vendors, beach, craft, and provision market vendors, farmers or agro-processors, tour guide operators, dive instructors, hairdressers, small bar, restaurant owners, artists, and entertainers, end quote. That was effectively who was supposed to be getting that assistance. right? And that fund, by the way, was originally supposed to have been managed by the National Insurance Corporation. That's what I believe we were told back in April this year by the Prime Minister. But it seems that plans have changed. It seems as if it is now going to be, or is in fact being managed directly by the government of St. Lucia, not by the NIC.
According to farmers who gathered at the Ministry of Agriculture on Tuesday morning, prior to applying for the Agricultural Support Program, they were led to believe that this assistance would have come in the form of a one-time cash payment of $1,500. However, once they arrived at the ministry that morning, they were informed that a decision was made to supply them with agro-products such as seedlings and fertilizer. That was unwelcomed news, to say the least.
Then I came here because my field officer brought me this form saying that we're going to get money from that stimulus package. And now they're calling us in a meeting. I've been here for 3 hours now, just sitting upstairs. I heard different things going on. Now they're saying it's seedlings they promise us and not cash. When so many farmers has come here, wasted their time, seeding all last week, and now they're saying it's seedlings and it's not cash. So I'm still there listening, but then my field officer never said it was seedlings. They said it was $1,500 for farmers in the stimulus package because of the COVID thing.
Madame n'a parlé à ce sujet de agriculture. Yo moun mal comprendre situation that yo ka bay tout moun anti la monnaie, mais Jean agriculture yo pa ka bay yo.
Now, mind you, folks, there was a lot of false information being peddled during that time. I remember that we were in the middle of a great crisis, pandemic. All right, let's go back over.
Moi voulais demander yo, est-ce moun kay sa fait agriculture sans la monnaie? Ou bay tout moun te aba corona, tout moun souffert, farmers souffert, yo qui souffert pli en pays a. C'est yo qui kat bay moun manger avec bret. Ou pas ka bay yo l'argent. Et puis ou vle bay yo gwen. Ki manière yo kay sa paye moun? Est-ce yo kay sa sustain agriculture?
Now, let me just say one thing too to the farmers. And I want to know, what are you getting now? That is one of my questions, okay? So I hope the farmers can answer. Tomorrow we have a farmer coming on. Mr. Celestin will be on with us tomorrow, and he's going to expose some lies. And he's a supporter of Mr. Pear, and he's going to expose a lie that was told to the farmers some time ago, all right? But the question is, what are the farmers getting now? Now, remember, the government don't really owe farmers, You all have to understand that too. But because of food insecurity and food security, the government got to partner with the farmers. All right? You got to partner with the farmers in assisting them. So they're saying, we don't want the seedlings, we don't want fertilizer, we want money. And remember, I spoke earlier about farmers who have jacked up their price of dasheen, edo, sweet potato, saive, rouleau oignon, whatever you call it, how they have jacked. You can't even buy a hand of plantain anymore that you used to get for $2 or $3. Everything has gone up during the COVID crisis. People had to pay those monies if they wanted to survive, to get food. But here are the farmers now. They are fighting because they need help. The regular citizens need help also. And what they are not saying to us, those pundits, is that under the Alan Shastney administration, they bought foods from the farmers, they took all the foods from the farmers, and they had boxes. They placed the foods in boxes, dasheen, edos, different provisions, and distributed it to the people of St. Lucia. But let's go forward.
C'est moun ça c'est pas piché yo ka fait yo ni pour me ko yo bien et puis respecter farmers ek ban nou sa ki san nou because la nya chay bay kay vini ban nou farmers sa ki san nou.
Director of Implementation in the office of the Prime Minister, Nancy Charles, soon descended into the crowd in an effort to ease growing tensions. However, Charles's account of the matter differed greatly from that of the farmers, leading to a back and forth between these parties. She explained that the farmers were seemingly misled as to what program they should apply for.
Apparently, there has been some miscommunication where some farmers were informed that they would qualify under the income support program.
this is where I say good evening and welcome to another edition of Matter of Fact. Good evening, good evening, good evening. The reasoning, là où il dit un femme, ok, il bail ça y brisé pour y faire, ok, bail aussi gwenna, yo kay bail yo c'est sel, matériau yo brisé. Qui ça qui catchil là derrière ça? Qui catch le gouvernement là il dit ok plutôt pour nous ba l'argent sec là nous ka ba matériau qui catch là attention c'est qui ça what exactly is the intention?
Well, the intention is to make sure that when you give you the support you go back into production.
Right.
Cooks, very few of us can manage money.
Okay.
And our phrase mun ba mal to mun ka mal dépasser. That's my phrase.
Right.
Because tout nous travaille quand là ni moun kan plus go là passer ça qui on nous what accomplishment moun qui vient plus moins ka faire plus meilleur because moun ça kan manager là. Okay. And that's what's important. And we believe, based on our experiences, it'll be more to the benefit of the individuals and the country to give you the inputs to put back into agriculture. Now, si Mundi, you probably sell, you probably Gwen, so be it. We're not forcing anybody to come forward and take support.
Without a little funds, we can do agriculture. So we are the last, when they had coronavirus, everybody was depending, nothing wasn't being imported. We were imported, now we're the last. We only deserve seeds and fertilizer. Everybody going home. You will behave yourself. You will behave yourself.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the clip, but you heard the farmer said you all will behave yourselves. Well, I want to know now, who is going to behave themselves now? Because what are you getting? Now, remember, most of the farmers were not paying anything into the NIS or the NIC. You were not paying in. What you were doing is that you were taking the monies and you were paying your bills. Yes, you were doing whatever you have to do. And for those of you of Jabals, you were giving your Jabals the money. Right? So the strategy here was to give the farmers the seeds and fertilizers to help them to maintain the food support, the food chain. So they would plant, they would, in the next few months, they would have been reaping, and the country would have some sense of food security. But what the farmers wanted at the time was the money. They wanted the cash. They had cash. Because remember that things was very tough at the time, and so they wanted to use they wanted to use the money maybe to pay their bills, electricity, and to live. But the government focus was on food security at the time. Why? Because looking ahead, we knew earlier in the game that we were going to face a major food challenge. Yes, we were going to face a major challenge in the country when it comes to food. And so they were preparing, but the farmers could not understand that. They wanted monies and they wanted now. Now, here's a government who came and said to them, look, we will give you $1,500. The farmer said, look, you didn't give it to us. Here's a party giving it to us. We will take it. So many of them went and they voted for the money. Now, whether Mr. Pierce said he didn't say it or whatever it is, all these people were hearing was $1,500. And so they voted for the $1,500, nothing else. They did not vote on health care. They did not vote on proper roads. They did not vote on any social issues. They voted for their own selves. For their own selves. They did not look at the future generation. They did not look at anything else. It was just what I want now. What I want now. I want it now. Let's go back over to this clip.
When you're looking at in the complete disrespect, and you're seeing how the fishermen, the bus drivers, and the farmers were treated and all of that. And like I've said before, people will forget what you say and maybe what you did, but I don't think they will forget how you made them feel. And I wonder, when you're a farmer sitting there and watching Nancy, you know, tilt her head, nod and smile as you are sharing your frustration towards saying that, you know, you need the help and how are you not important. She is looking at you, like as you were a Sevelila, but you know, smile and nod, and then go back to your office while you now have to go back and struggle. And to this day, they have not been given any sort of real financial assistance. And when you say that, you know, it was a miscommunication, as if you are dumb and you didn't understand what was being said. You were supposed to get $1,500, and that's to the farmers. You were supposed
now,
to
folks, you all heard that? You all heard that? Y'all? We're keeping them honest tonight. You heard that? She said that you farmers, now she's making an appeal to them, you farmers should have gotten $1,500 from the government. What the Labour Party did? Use that strategy. Played on the emotions. Went at a town hall meeting and said, we will, and strategically words, my friend, psychology is a big thing in politics. And so he dropped the $1,500 in it because the man knew that there was a group of people who was disenfranchised. They were angry. So he dropped that $1,500, and guess what? It worked. It worked. And here, this pundit, she's repeating that same line. Listen to the strategy. Let's go forward.
And now they have to give you Gwen and whatever else like Matuyo. That is not what is needed. And even now you continue to see that disrespect. When you see your Minister of Agriculture, also a farmer, says people don't know how to spend $1,500. How do you think? I wonder, and I expect, you know, to get calls of farmers to tell me how you felt when you heard that. You're a grown man, a grown woman, you build in your house, you have your children, you have your responsibilities, and somebody telling you don't know how to deal with money because munka mal to avai, ek mal depase. And people will take that. We will take that and pretend that everything is okay. That is so wrong. And now, you know, maybe as some time has passed on it, and people maybe they have selective amnesia, you've forgotten. But when you look at that again, don't you feel any kind of way? We'll take a look now at what some people, mostly vendors and farmers themselves, had to say about the stimulus and the lack of stimulus, and instead, you know, getting the seeds and everything else instead of the money that you need.
But to me, if they have a kakada for the farmers and they're giving them sell, give them both of them. Give them both the money and the sell to buy one time. Because the farmers need...
Now, let me just fix this situation here. So she's saying, now, there's a crisis on the land. Everything is shut down. There is no income for the government. It's cut in half. Persons are sent home. Nothing is circulating at this time. The country is just... The country is not even on autopilot. The country has just come to an end, a stop, an abrupt stop. But here is a farmer or a vendor saying, not understanding that, look, we are all in this together. There are other sectors that need to be taken care of. You have the hotel workers, you have the medical workers, you have emergency workers, you have teachers, you have a whole set of other persons in the society that will need assistance also. Here is the farmers, and I understand their frustration, but here the farmers not even thinking about others but themselves. And by the way, some of them have children and families working in other sectors. So this woman is saying, look, give us the salt, give us the seed, give us the money, give us everything. Now, I don't understand. I don't believe that the St. Lucian community understood the crisis that was before them and what government had to deal with financially. I do not believe that they understood the magnitude of what was happening. And why? Because you had an opposition who was busy peddling all kind of falsehood like Trisha, playing on people's emotion like we saw with the lady on the beach. Jack don't want me to bathe on the beach, and the protest and the unrest and agitation during the COVID crisis. A government having to keep the country informed, keep the country fed, provide some little kakadin, some little support, food support, some little support, get vaccines, no income, no tourists, because the Labour Party says shut it down, shut down everything. Shut down the country, shut down the boats, shut down the planes, shut down everything. That's what the Labour Party was shouting. Shut it down. Some of them say shut it to hell down. They say shut everything down. And while you're at it, give the people Netflix. Well, I'm just saying. And they knew fully well that the country was heading to a precipice. And if all hands were not on deck, St. Lucia would have fallen to their face. And so the pressure was on the captain of this ship, who at the time was Mr. Alan Chasney, with no support of an opposition. Only pressure. You think that they would ease up on the pressure and say, look, man, this is a national crisis. And you know when there's a national crisis, you have everybody coming together, both Republicans and Democrats. It did not happen. It did not happen. A major crisis like that, to sit together and say, look, let's try this, let's do this. We saw the Minister of Education making a fool of himself, saying, I went to the meeting and, I've never seen it. This was first class. The government did well. And then the opposition leader came and said, no, it was the worst. That's what you had during COVID. I want to remind you. And that's why I say to you that history will not be good to a country, to this country, unless we correct the wrongs now. Unless we go back into history and grab history before it takes root, and correct it before it's too late. But the nation was not encouraged by the opposition then to join forces together to combat this national disaster that are before us. Instead, the guys doubled down. They use every opportunity. They used the tourists. You had people running behind the tourists, taking pictures with them, harassing them. And, the tourists, actually, I think that was wisdom, the way this happened, where the Prime Minister was trying to get a little kakada coming in slowly. A little kakada, but yet try to tighten and keep, the borders closed. And once these people saw the white man, the white man can walk in the street and we black people, we're in slavery in our homes, we can't go out, but the white man, look, white people walking on the streets, and we harass those tourists, not realizing that we need those monies to buy fertilizer. We need those monies to give little kakadin to persons who were never contributing, by the way, to NIS. They eat all their money in Dashin and chicken back. Did not put $1 aside for crisis. No wonder when they're sick, they have to go and do barbecue and roast pork in order to get money for medical care. Eat all their money in carnival costumes. All their money is in expensive carnival costumes and expensive shoes. But now want the government to give them all the monies they need in the world. To either buy rum, I'm just saying not all of them, to maintain their jabals, to maintain their lifestyle, not understanding that all hands on deck, all of us, nunipu mawe wenu, we have to tie our waists, brace ourselves, because we're in for the rough ride. And while the government is saying, guys, brace yourself, the opposition say, no, Give the people the money. Give them the money. Don't do this. Don't fix roads. Give them the money. The government tried to keep people at work on the roads, building infrastructure, keeping a society busy while keeping them safe. But in opposition, going to the piton, pushing police security guards, police officers, trespassing on people's private property, going on the beach singing, Jack don't want me to bathe on the beach. Racism, calling the prime minister a white man, not one of us. And some were backing online. Backing online at the government. Roadblocks. They had road march and marches, and they in officers' faces without masks, like bullies. While a poor government having to keep their people safe. And they encourage all sectors of society to put pressure on the government so that they can break the government. Not understanding that you do not want a broken government during a crisis. You want a strong government. And to get a strong government, you need the support of the people and you need the support of the opposition to assist. It's an all hands on deck when it comes to national disaster in your country. But no, you use it for power. And power has been given to you. And I will say to you, you will never be able to govern in peace. Because what you sow is what you reap. Let's go back to the vendor.
So there are people working for them, no money. So just give them the salt and give them the money. Because the amount of salt they will give them, the money they have there, they won't give them all that salt for $1,500. Buy semunala to volley.
That the epidemic that is going on now. I mean, if the government.
So wait, so you have buy semunala yo to a volley. Now, St. Lucian, you got to get out of this kind of mentality, you know. Buy semunala yo. And my question again is, have they been paying NIS? If the answer is no, then nobody have no laha for you all. But they can support you because you're citizens of St. Lucia. But to say that somebody have your money holding and they should give it to you, that, my friends, is not the right statement.
At least the $1,500 because everybody have the children to support those going back to school. You know, I think the $1,500 is better to give the farmers the $1,500 in their hands.
Moi c'est pharmacie c'est l'argent yo vle ba yo l'argent yo. C'est mon argent ni gwen yo ba besoin gwen c'est l'argent yo besoin. Yo issue pour voir l'école yo besoin ba needs. Si yo han gwen yo pas sa vie accepter gwen encore.
Give the people the money. Okay, I think they should give the people their money because school closed and people have their books to buy, and look now they put on the book list each child must have a tablet, so give the farmers the money.
Fertilizer, buy your l'argent, your buisin. Pour faire ça, you buy issue by madam yo.
So there the vendor is saying exactly what I said earlier. The money, they don't really want the money to plant back crops or to do anything to sustain or to help with food security. They want the money. And by the way, all of them are saying, give the people their money. Now, I'm interested to know if they are still saying now, give the people their money. That's my question, and I wish a farmer can call me tonight. Are they still saying that tonight, give the people their money, or are they quiet now? Are they speaking up? Are they asking? By the way, where is Trisha? Where are all the pundits? Where is Miguel and all the others? The people don't need the money now? Everything is okay now?
My content moun ka gade mwen di mwen yo ka ban pot ice cream vie pour un pot ice cream ça pas faire pièce science. Bay fama la yo pour yo ça move to the next level.
Give the farmers.
Now, here's another one. Say it again. Now, guys, listen carefully. Give the people their money. My encouragement to farmers is that you have raised all your products, your dasheen, because your dasheen and your sweet potato is on the stock market. So once the market goes up, your product goes up. It's on the market. Dasheen and Dennery is sold at the stock market in Washington or in New York. Yeah. Yeah. You raised all your food on your own people. You raised everything on your own people. You had no compassion. And like I said, all hands on deck. You followed the opposition and you administer pressure at a time when they needed no pressure but support. You administer that pressure. Huh? You raise the prices of your goods, even green figs that you would find on the road by the sidewalk. You raise the price of your green figs. You raise the price. Ou hose pou ya. E ka pou sa ou ka di gouvernement ou bouzen la an. Akorde ou mette l'argent la, a di da bank la, pou ou jwen. I'm just calling this out, folks. I know a lot of farmers are listening to me. But it's the truth that if you're listening to me, farmers, here is a wise saying. Or let me just give you some good advice. You raise all your prices on your goods. Take some money and put it aside because it is not the end of pandemics. And by the way, a pandemic can hit your home alone and not the society. A pandemic of cancer, diabetes, gun shooting can hit your home or fire. And you will need financial support. So I am saying to you, farmers, stop simigwinning. Well, you're a farmer, so you have to simigwin. Save your money. Save your monies for hard times. St. Lucians, save your monies. You're in Carnival. You in new sneakers. You want to eat steak. Some of you jealous, arrogant. Some of you can't see a neighbor with nothing without you wanting it. Ou broke ou sa, ou pa nyan, ou pa même seed. But everything the neighbor wants. Christmas, new curtains, new paint. Some of you have like 10 coats of paint on the boardhouse, the plywood. You need all that? Me ou ka di gouvernement, give the people their money. I want to hear you saying, give the people their money now. Let's go. Let's say another farmer.
No, the lady to the mango made me laugh. But, you're hearing people say that, and it doesn't take any, sort of degree or anything to just know that it is common sense. People have their bills, you have things to do, you need the money in your hand. Me, ukabay moun gwen. Zon pli bouze gwen, akay sa, pou di chase sa ka fe ya pa bon. Gwen za zo bouze. Do not, stop telling people, stop disrespecting people. And you know what's more? Can we stop accepting it? This has been months now. Nothing has been given. And I find, too, that many of the farmers are silent in all of this. Months have gone on, and we don't know exactly where you guys are. How are you surviving? What is going on? And even now, when you see all the construction, you're seeing things...
Now, hold a minute. This woman is acting like she's on something very strong, and it's not coffee. But she's on something strong. She was on something strong during the campaign. Because this one she's not saying to you, the St. Lucian people, that the government have been assisting persons who have not contributed to NIC. That the government bought foods from all these farmers, bought over their produce, their foods, and distributed it to the people of St. Lucia. No, she's not saying that, but she's playing on the minds of farmers. Especially like those who believe that the government owe them $1,500. But I wish that this young woman was still on the air. She's gone. It sounds like she got a bailout. She got some scholarship or something because gouvernement is in power. You spoke enough for that. So congratulations. But now the people need to hear you. The same farmers that you're crying about, the same farmers need to hear you now because they are in need of their monies, their $1,500. So where are you, ma'am? Where are your voice? Well, I guess. Let's listen to her.
Farmers, the disrespect, telling people you cannot deal with money, so don't give them money, give them the things instead. We're going to take that. Jaderi Souls, Memse Muna, Shasni representing you. How does that make you feel? In Babuno, there too, it's a large farming community. And Ezekiel himself a farmer, Sauka Dimun. You know what, but we're going to stay on that because there are new developments here where the Minister of Agriculture has posited some suggestions on how the NFTO, the National Farmers Traders Organization, can be helped because they need the money, the farmers need the money owed to them by government. But Ezekiel is saying that he can only give the money on one condition.
This, we decided as a government, whilst we are giving some serious financial support, apart from the 13 million we are pumping into the industry directly, we have given some support to the NFTO through assisting them in paying off the farmers, in fact to the tune of 2.4 million EC dollars. And each time things goes bad, it's of course the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Agriculture, they look forward to billing them out. We spoke with them and we said, look, there's need for us to really restructure the NFTO, restructure the industry, because we don't have a Winfresh UK, unfortunately. And of course, Mr. Speaker, they agreed, when I say they, the NFTO agreed, with the support of government, to hire a consultant, to look at the industry, and to come up with options and recommendations how we, and I say we, the government and the NFTO, and the farmers, by extension, can work together in a restructured environment. The consultant came up with 3 options, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say in this Honorable House, the options that was presented to us, the ministry and government, the farmers were involved in it. The farmers were part and parcel of the committee. They were consulted. And the options that came up were, 1, that government take over the banana industry. Again, that's option number 1. Option number 1, consultant l'a dit, that le gouvernement vie pour figla. C'est ça farmers dit. C'est ça farmers dit consultant là. Quitte le gouvernement vie pour figla, il n'y a pas de pièce confiance et puis ça NFTO qu'a fait. No confidence in the NFTO. The second option, Mr. Speaker, was for government to go into a MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, between the NFTO and government to manage the banana industry or to manage the NFTO for a period of 2 years. Complete control by government. Option number 2, c'est pour le gouvernement entre un agreement et puis farmers, et puis pour le gouvernement manager NFTO pour 2 années. And the third option, Mr. Speaker, troisième option dans le vigné PIA, c'est pour le gouvernement acheter 51% shares of the NFTO.
So that is, sorry, let me just, so this is the farmers saying, look, here are the options that we want. We do not want this organization to manage our affairs anymore. We want the government to take it back over. If you listen to all the options, but these farmers, like, they can't remember, especially banana farmers, like, they can't remember, you know, what they see. But those were the options that you provided to the government at the time. So now the government, you know, decide, look, they're going to follow the consultant, and they took the step in managing the EO affairs. Well, the story is now you can't sell bananas to England anymore. Farmers. You can't sell it to England anymore. But let's go back to Mr. Ezekiel.
We met with the NFTO executive, that's the Ministry of Agriculture, and the consultant, and I invited farmers who are not part and parcel of the executive of the NFTO to discuss these recommendations moving forward, Mr. Speaker. And I made it clear that my cabinet and my prime minister and this government had no interest in taking over the banana industry. We made it clear to them. But we told them that we want to have some input into how things have been done in this new dispensation and what we agreed with. Let's see how we can cut and paste the recommendations and come up with a recommendation that we are comfortable with. And of course, we agreed to review the board of the NFTO and to have a 7-member board, 4 members from the NFTO and 3 members from government. So ça nous d'accord. Nous d'accord that nous kay couper à sous number of moun qui est board NFTO. Et puis NFTO kay ni 4 membres et puis gouvernement kay ni 3 membres à le board là.
Okay, so that's just where the farmers was, you know. And I mean, right now, I'm sorry for the farmers. Now they need all the seeds and fertilizer that they can get right now, and also the $1,500. Right now, the farmers need that kind of support. So watch this space. Let's see what's going to happen. But let's go back to Mr. Monrose. Eustace Monrose, who was the chairperson of the National Fair Trade Organization. All right? So this is the National Fair Trade Organization. All right, let's go over to Mr. Monrose.
That they want to shed. Now, this is interfering with democratic processes, but they want to force us and to compel us to do what we were not interested in doing. Government has 2 directors on Winfresh board, and right under the noses, Winfresh went down. So why is it that you want to be the chair of the National Fair Trade, only for it to go down too? That is what we know and we understand. This is why the farmers are standing so hard. But now that you're squeezing the farmers, you're holding the farmers to ransom, you refuse to give either an advance on the amounts owed to us or even to facilitate by way of a guarantee. Listen, this is something that we cannot bear. This is evil in my view.
The NFTO says while the government continues to hold out on this much needed support, farmers are suffering.
And one farmer complained to me saying that she has commitments to courts and other places around and she cannot pay. And she's screaming. She said she needs to get paid. So government is compelling, forcing us to our knees so that they can get what they want. I do not believe that this is right. This is immoral. And I'm hoping that government can have sense and good sense will prevail and they will do what they have to do in terms of just giving us this guarantee if they are unable to give us an advance on the monies owed to us by them. And this is what we're requesting and demanding from government, that they should attend to this. Do not allow your people to suffer.
We understand that agitated farmers may soon engage in small pockets of protest action. For Choice News Now, Amani Mathre reporting.
I think...
Right, so the farmers want to get involved in protest actions. At the time, that was back then. Mr. Monrose is saying, look, but he's not saying to the people that, you know, it was a recommendation from the consultant and the farmers. But we'll get some more explanation on that tomorrow. I really am confused with this whole situation. I don't know if we understand what we're saying, if we listen to ourselves. I'm really confused on how we reason, you know, as a people. But right now is the right time, and you would agree with me that now is the right time to give the farmers their support. They have lost their bananas. They can't ship bananas to the UK anymore, and therefore they would need all the support in the world. Right now is a good time to strike, farmers. Right now is a good time to ask for $1,500. This is a good time for you, farmers, to let your voices be, and all those who are talking on your behalf, it is time for them to come forward now in solidarity with the farmers of St. Lucia. But watch this space, and it's going to be a deafening sound, silence. You're not going to hear anything. Right now it's mépris and politicians fighting among themselves to make the other look bad. That's all it is now. They don't care about youth until the next few years in. They don't care about no farmers. They will come if you hear two farmers shouting or screaming in the street, they will come and give you a little $200 and a pat on the back and say, we love you, we're there with you, just to cool you down. But to be there genuinely to ensure that the farmers are cared for, you watch this space, friends. And it's time for politicians to stop taking our farmers for a ride. And because they know some of the farmers are low IQ, and all some of those farmers vote on is a little money in their pocket, and you just need to promise, if I want to win elections, all I have to do sometimes is to promise a farmer $2,000. And I get a vote. And that's what they know. Not all farmers. There are farmers who are on like a clock. But there are those that can be bought easily with the sound of coins. Very sad, but it's the reality. But farmers should not be taken for a ride. Farmers should be respected whether they're educated or not. Farmers are important to your food security in the country. But farmers need to understand that you cannot just plant bananas and expect to survive. You got to diversify. You got to add other crops, short-term crops. So if banana falls, you can still get your little watermelon, your little carrots, or your little cabbages and stuff, or seasoning peppers and things. You have something to fall back on. Mais tout ça doit faire ces bananas. Qui calme the farmers, oye? How are you helping in food security? You know bananas are dead. You know that bananas, you will never experience green gold again. You know that. You know that that St. Lucia cannot compete with some of these other Spanish countries. You know that. That Dominican Republic and these other countries can get cheaper bananas to these markets. You know that there's a lot of racism too in the banana industry in these countries. You know that too. But you pretend like green gold can come back. Just like you believe John Compton can be resurrected and come back to fix the banana industry, you're still hoping that the Labour Party can fix bananas for you. So you celebrate boxes going to England. But what they did not say to you, that the market in England was not sustainable. It came crashing down very quickly. I wasn't expecting it to fall so fast. But tell the people the full agreement. That's your problem in government. You don't disclose, you don't share information with the people of St. Lucia. So they assume and they make all kind of foolish statements. They celebrate, bananas, we're the only country in the, and that was not even true. We are the only country in the Caribbean sending bananas to England. Why? Because your banana, what, it's made with gold? What, it's produced by a black man or pink man or a white man? What was so special about your banana? It was the sweetest. Do you know people overseas, especially of a different color, they will tell you a banana sweet when it's sour to make you feel good, and then they spit it out when you turn your back? Do you understand how the world operates? I'm talking to you people. And I'm the judge tonight, so I can speak how I want. Do you understand what sweet mouth is? Langdu. And we come and repeat it in the house. Oh, they said that our bananas is the sweetest on the market. Mr. Minister of Agriculture, have you ever eaten a banana from the Dominican Republic? Or from Mexico? Or from the other country? And you go back and you fool the people, the sweetest banana, and you St. Lucians jump around, you have the sweetest banana. What? What makes your banana the sweetest? The sun? The fertilizer? The Labour Party? What makes it sweet? For God's sake, people, grow up and start reasoning for yourself. Out of all bananas in the world, out of all the bananas in the world, St. Lucia have the sweetest. Out of all countries in the world, St. Lucia is the best. Everybody says their country is the best and their products are the best. We have the best Baron pepper sauce. The Jamaicans say we have the best pepper sauce. Trinidadian, we have the best pepper sauce. Guyana, the best pepper sauce. Everybody is the best. Well, it's good to big up your country. But stop fooling the people. And I know how they operate. You give one of these people who tell you a banana sweet, cook a rice, don't put salt in it. Don't put seasoning and give it to them. They'll tell you it's the best rice they have ever had in the world. And they'll say, my God, this is simply the best. And you like a thing, I don't use the word, you're gone to bed bigging up yourself and you want to cook the rice for everybody in town. Huh? Because somebody tells you the best, you want to open a restaurant just cooking rice alone, white rice. Then you put yourself in expense like what the government of St. Lucia did. Why? Because they have the sweetest banana in the world. So they tell everybody, produce bananas, go, plant, everybody plant. We have the sweetest plant. And you hope that they would have increased their intake of bananas because it's the sweetest in the world. But do you understand when a black person, a Caribbean person, go up to negotiate with these brothers in some of these countries, that you cannot move with emotions based on what they're saying to you? Especially those of you who have never negotiated for a full cub and they send you overseas to negotiate. They will fool the devil out of you. They will tell you you're God when you're the devil. Anyway, let's move on from that. But I tell you the truth. Stop letting people fool you all. Depois a pro papi show. Ka servis a fe magie causa. And I sit down, I hear some of them, I look at them, I ask them, look, go write your name on that paper for me. They can't even write their name. But following a bunch of idiots. Reason for yourself, man. You're 60-year-old, 70 years of age, and you're still acting foolish, letting people fool your head. Your own children fooling you. You got to put tooth now. That's where magia calls, Semuna. I always tell you guys are special. You are bright. You're smart people. Don't let people take you for magie. When I used to try to be, when the guy try fair magic, mama, you can put them a comic call up there, take myself. Sometimes they slap you behind your head because they say, wait a minute, you should know better than that. You're an idiot or something. And that's why some of you end up in bad relationships too. You women, you have a crooked nose. The man tell you your nose straight and nice, and you fall for that crap. The man don't have $1. And you marry him and you end up in hell. All because he tell you have a straight nose and you know your nose crooked. He tell you your hair nice, you have nice hair, your nose a false hair. Ou sav, ou achete chi there, bo SNS. Me bouk la dou, si wou bel, ek ki ko tan, ek ba ay ko han, ek ou ka blush, ek de ou maye bouk la. Ek kwa kou. Ek ou fin. Because you were misled. Some of you are too easy to be misled, especially you women. You got to reason for yourself, man. If the man tell you your hair straight, tell the man, you tell yourself, look, that's false hair, man. Once he see my head, he wouldn't like me. Tell yourself that. But don't be blushing all over the place. Who you think you is, Queen Elizabeth? Anyway, I just say all that to tell you, start reasoning for yourself. Don't let no political party take you for a ride. Don't let nobody take you for no ride, man. Check yourself. Upani double ka do down bell. Upani down. Oka we ke gamzu. Upani double ka do down bell. Upani sa magic la bula ka po sa papi show. Let moun na do sa ou just ka fe choup sek tourner tête ou ale ay fè zavao. Anyway, enough about that because I don't want you all to get a certain way there because let me just drink some of this Marby that I make so that I won't get stressed. Anyway, let's move forward. Let's go over to Dominica. By the way, the phones are open, you know, y'all can call, you know. Don't let the phone go quiet. Call. Because, I mean, tonight is not our regular night, but what can I say, man? You get upset when you listen, when I look at St. Jude. And I'm going to do an entire program on St. Jude next week, God's willing. But when I look at St. Jude and what you're being given and what is being peddled to you, because, folks, I never see, and I tell the truth, I never see 3 AC units in a hallway. I did refrigeration and air conditioning years ago. I have never seen persons put in AC unit. Anyway, is your engineer, not mine. If I have to build a fall cub in St. Lucia, I taking an engineer from China and I bringing him straight down to St. Lucia to build a fall cub. Because none of my falls escaping. Mavle pièce pour me escape. No. And when them fellas finish building, giving you designs, them engineers, your falls start talking, you know. That's how crooked this thing is. Politics have taken these people over. And they're all over the place on the media, forming the fool, still misleading the people. Tell the people nothing is wrong with the new building. Tell them that. Tell them that's the future design. That's how you design buildings now. Tell them the truth. Anyway, so fair PS design. And when I get into government, now fires are denye. And I'm bringing Vincentians and Guyanese to do my plans for me. Now fires are denye. Because si nou pa faire ça, St. Lucie fini. Caller, you on the air. It's fun night.
Good evening, Pastor. How are you?
I'm good. I'm drinking Marby.
Enjoy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. What's on your mind?
Man, listening to the program, man, I mean, I wasn't a farmer myself, but I grew up with families being farmers. I grew up with my dad, my mother, my uncle. Everybody had their farm. Mm-hmm. And one thing that I will say,
talk to me.
And most farmers may not understand or like it,
mm-hmm.
but the fact is, I believe that most of the farmers in St. Lucia never look at farming as a business per se.
No.
You know, they just look at it as a way to make a living.
Fast cash.
You know. Yes. And that hurt them down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Because they found a gentleman to represent them by the name of Dr. Kenny Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
And this man, there was another gentleman named Pat Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
And these men came together as alliance, and these men fooled the farmers.
Yeah.
And from the time Kenny Anthony came into office in '97, he had an agenda.
Mm.
And I was a young boy at the time, and I remember clearly that a few farmers in my community, the belief they had, it was I think the slogan at the time was "Better Days," something like that was the slogan.
Yes, yes.
So some farmers in my community, the saying was, now they're gonna start buying FARs, more FARs, like the pickup trucks for the farms, and they're gonna be making more money, and they'll build nice homes and stuff like that. That was the make believe, right?
Yeah.
But there was a reality that set into the farmers, and I cannot speak for every farmer.
Yeah.
But I can speak for what I basically saw, and I can tell you, I felt sorry for some of these farmers after, because you know what it made me realize, Pastor?
Mm-hmm.
It made me realize that, when you see you're not educated and you still don't have wisdom, some people tend to take advantage of you. And I believe a lot of our farmers were taken advantage of, and I will tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
These farmers were brought into were given a conclusion, basically, that they were gonna be better off than what they were under Sir John.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But when the reality set into them, I think it was in 2002,
mm-hmm.
when there was something after they privatized banana. There was something called that came into fruition. That is, it's called certification of farmers. So it is funny, and it is sad at the same time. And I'll tell you why it's sad at the same time.
Talk to me.
I remember there were a lot of little farmers in the community. So guys would be selling 10 boxes, 20 boxes. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They were not big farmers.
Yeah.
From the time they brought in that certification, all of these farmers were eliminated.
Yeah, they disappeared.
They couldn't provide. Yeah, they did, obviously.
Yeah.
So for a prime minister, what I find straight, and at the time, to be honest with you, at the time, I didn't have the knowledge to understand all what I'm telling you today.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I have a long time to think of it, and farmers never stop for 1 minute to think of, what are we doing? Where are we going?
Mm-hmm.
They promise us better, but look at how many of our fellow farmers that are losing their jobs, that are losing their livelihood.
That's right.
No one never questioned. They all supported Dr. Kenny Anthony on all these, but they never realized that what the man did was take the banana industry out of his hands, out of his control, and make a few investors wealthy. They never realized that.
Yeah,
but
banana was finished a very long time ago. They were just playing with the people. They know that it was finished. And tomorrow I have a farmer, Eric Celestin, who will be on.
Yeah, I know him. I know him very well.
Oh, Eric has some very serious information that he can share with us.
I know him very well
tomorrow. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You see. Let me tell you. Truth be told, I believe there needs to be a documentary done on what happened in the banana industry in St. Lucia. And I'm saying that to say, maybe down the line, if we ever were to have a different industry other than tourism, something to do with farming in that.
And there will be other, there will be.
Yeah, there will be, and I know that.
Mm-hmm.
And people can basically educate themselves as to how important these things are to them.
Yeah.
And there was something a lot of people didn't understand. I remember there was something these guys brought in the country. The banana was named tissue culture. That was the type of banana they brought in for the farmers.
Yeah.
It was it takes less time for them to harvest. So I think what we had before used to be about 6 months, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And the tissue culture was supposed to take about 3 months to harvest.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My brother, let me tell you, that killed the farmers. And I'm telling you why that killed farmers. Farmers had to pay a lot of money for mitigation. Okay?
Yeah.
There was a lot of and a lot of experiments were being done at that time.
Yes. Yeah.
We run irrigation on one of our farms, and I'm telling you that based on experience, this is not hearsay. This is fact.
Caller, I can tell you too. I can speak from experience too. I grew up in St. Lucia in a major famine. My stepfather was one of the biggest farmers in Dennery.
There you go.
Right.
There you go. What we noticed was, so that this type of banana, it is not supposed to you're not supposed to give it a lot of water.
Yeah.
So but they didn't know that at the time. So we run all those pipes on the acres.
That's right.
And then it drips water throughout the day.
We had a big pump. We bought a massive pump, I believe from China or somewhere.
There was one my brother, and what happened was that made the people lost thousands and thousands of dollars on the farm. You know what happened?
Talk to me.
When all those banana plants start bearing fruit, they were hanging. We had so much, when you stand on the road, all you see is blue. And these things used to just drop off the banana. The main bunch was so heavy that it would just fall off the tree. You know, and they couldn't understand what was doing that. And they will lost thousands of dollars in that nonsense.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And the farmers actually had very good banana plant before, but the problem was we didn't know how to farmers at the time, we were not giving that much fertilizer. We were not using much fertilizer. No. It's a little bit of fertilizer they were using in bananas.
That's right.
And yet still they were able to produce so much.
That's right.
At the time. I believe, and that is me humbly saying that, I believe that, you see, when man see opportunity, their eyes glow.
That's right.
And it's true.
Yes, it is.
You know, an opportunity was in St. Lucia at that time. And a lot of people became wealthy while a lot of farmers went broke.
Yeah.
You know.
But let me tell you something while you're on the air. Yeah. While you're on the air, right? You see all these people who say they're representing farmers, all these unions and Monroe's and all these guys. Really look at it carefully. They did not do much for farmers, you know. Let the truth be told. I'll tell you why. We had farmers dropping dead like flies. Instead of these people, because our farmers were used as guinea pigs. Use Gramoxone, use touchdown, try this, throw this salt in the water, and all these things. And we lost our women breast cancer, our men prostate cancer, and all pancreatic and all different cancers. And you know what the association do? They just sit there and talk about money. Instead of saying, look, let's get these chemical companies paying the farmers.
Thank you very much.
For their
Thank you very much.
As a matter of fact, compensating the families for their loss. Let's invest. Let's get the experts into St. Lucia. Let's test the fields.
You're so correct. You're so correct.
They don't care about the people.
You know that right now, places like Canada, there is a program for exactly what you're saying there for Roundup. Anybody that was exposed to Roundup back in those days, and they had any cancer and stuff like that, you know, they will be compensated.
But what I'm saying to you is that our St. Lucian families who have lost their loved ones to cancer, they are sitting on millions of dollars. But nobody cares.
Yep.
Nobody cares. All these association people talking garbage on find work. Go get work to do. Get to work. Get lawyers. Get organizations involved. Join the lawsuits, the class action lawsuits that are out there on behalf of the farmers. Yeah. But you just beat your mouth on the air. Lionel and all the others. You're talking on behalf of farmers.
You see, Brother Garfield, again, I'm going to say to you and your listeners, I will say it again. Most of those people that you're referring to, they know themselves. They're not there for the country. They're not there for the industry.
No.
My brother, they're opportunists. And I told you, when they see an opportunity, their eyes glow. I remember back in those days that I was talking about. I don't know if it still happens because I don't live on the island anymore, so I don't know if it happens still. I remember those very same guys that were getting paid by the farmers, right? Because they were working for the association.
Yeah.
every single time you see they come and assess when after there's a storm and stuff like that, or let's say there was supposed to be some assessment in how the guy is supposed to pack the boxes in the bananas in the boxes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Farmers would still stick their hand in their pocket to give those guys something.
And those big boys walk away.
You know.
Those big boys at the office, Monroe's and all of them, walk away with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Huh? Some of them have no farm. They don't care about farmers. Some of them don't have one farm. They've been anyway. We have some other calls coming in. Caller.
Okay, my brother. Thank you very much.
Listen to me. I appreciate your call, and you please call as much as you can.
I appreciate it, man. All right, have a good night,
my brother. Yes, but callers, you can call back. The number is 929-586-1821, and these are real issues that we're discussing tonight. Caller, you're on the Air Caribbean American News Network, weekend edition.
Yes. Good night, Garfield.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Garfield.
Good night, my friend.
Yes, all I can tell you, I don't understand how St. Lucians allow the St. Lucia Labour Party to fool them. I was born way back in the 60s. And since I know the St. Lucia Labour Party, those guys have always been opposing what is good for St. Lucia. Starting from even when Sir John Compton was trying to bring St. Lucia independence. They protest. They did all kind of things to prevent St. Lucia from being independent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You remember that, right? Yeah.
Yes, I know that. Despite everything with bazooka, according to the speaker, to prevent St. Lucia from getting independent.
Also hijack the banana wars and have the people to protest and cause them to lose their death. Also hijack the Black Lives Matters march. It's just a bunch of hijackers.
They are the ones that destroyed the banana industry when they was talking about coupe pa coupe. My cousin even died in that. My uncle Randy Joseph died in that same thing.
Joseph was my. I had loved that boy, Joseph. I had loved that guy. Nice young man,
They were using the farmers to win the elections.
Yeah.
When Sir John Compton wanted to it was a National Provident Fund. To take 5 cents on every dollar, so that when they cannot talk again, they would get a pension.
Yeah.
The St. Lucia Labour Party said Compton wanted to steal their money.
That's right.
All the St. Lucia Labour Party is therefore is to fight down government. I cannot understand why would the St. Lucia Labour Party try to sell the new hospital they were building there. I mean, if you all want to go ahead and build the old hospital, go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
But you don't have to touch that the new hospital and sell it.
It should not be leased. It should not be sold. Period.
Nothing.
Imagine you want to lease. Caller, you want to lease or sell if you want to lease and sell, go sell those little fall cubs. But you want to sell the main building that represent more of a hospital in 2022 and keep the fall cub?
Why do you think there are so many people wants to buy it? Because they see lots of potential in that building.
Si mote leader UW people cash day, Vanyo vie.
Yeah, I don't understand why St. Lucia need to stand up and protest. The whole of St. Lucia need to protest. You cannot try and sell that building. So, in other words, if the UWP get back into power and they want to continue that new hospital, they cannot do it because they sold it out on money.
Sold or lease.
Don't you think?
But Colin, let me ask you a question as we're here. Now, my memory is just coming back as I drink all this Marby tonight. Now, you remember there was a government in St. Lucia that was known for cost overrun? You think I create your cost overrun? Too bad I cost overrun.
They're the one that invented
They walk into the house, cost overrun. Your asses, cost overrun. Your kamaje, cost overrun. Your kabwe, cost overrun. Which government was known for cost overrun? Which government?
The St. Lucia Labour Party.
Of course, I remember I was a young boy. I remember my stepfather. Too bad I cost overrun. Everything cost overrun.
Man, anything the United Workers' Party is doing, the SLP is opposing it. Whether it's good for St. Lucia or not, they're opposing it and they're fighting it down.
And these are good projects.
Eh?
The airport, the hospital. Yeah. Airport, hospital. These are good projects, brother. These are, I mean, I would have finished that main hospital. But you know what is happening? They promised the people, they said to the people, it's a box, it's no good. And so they have no choice but to go back into the that hospital building. Now, I was saying that, just finish any one of them and get the people out. But what I'm saying, I would have called the United States government, Army, and said to them, look, I want you to build me a field hospital, a temporary hospital. I move my people out of St. Jude. I take my time and I build a proper hospital. And by the way, no money is too much to build a hospital for the people of St. Lucia. I don't care if it costs $1 billion, but give the people something good and equip it. Get the proper equipment. MRI machines and X-ray machines.
You mean to tell me after voting for the St. Lucia Labour Party for all those years, that is what Vieux-Fort deserves? That is what Vieux-Fort deserves? They're treating the Vieux-Fort people like they're treating the Vieux-Fort people like zombies. Yeah, they're treating the Vieux-Fort people like zombies. Vieux-Fort deserves better, much better. There is lots of potential in Vieux-Fort.
Yeah.
But they have Vieux-Fort backward. Like I said, the St. Lucia Labour Party will always be the St. Lucia Labour Party. Backward ever, forward never. That is the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Okay, Carla, thank you so much. Appreciate
backward
it.
Backward ever, forward never.
Yeah, but Leo backward.
Garfield, that's your partner there, Garfield. You stay same up.
Hey, my friend, I miss you. Oh my God, yes, it's your family. By the way, I want to meet you when I come down because we'll go out and have a dinner, man. Because you are Joseph.
Yes, I am a Joseph, but since my mother married, I am Amab.
Listen to me. I know you. This is the brother with the phone cards business in the cash.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes,
but I appreciate you. I will save your number and we'll talk. Love you, brother. Now, I will tell people you did something for me. One of these days, I will give the people of St. Lucia the history of me and you. When people used to be hitting you, doing all kind of stuff, and I could not get a phone line, and you helped me. Got that phone line. Things were tough. Things were tough at the time, and whatever it is, you know what it is. But I owe you a world. I owe you. I never forget your kindness, and I love you, brother. And we'll catch up. All right.
I just want to make I want to work on a video where I could advertise my business.
Yeah, I would love to help you.
I want to work on a video where I sell SIM cards. I sell SIM cards, digital SIM cards, and pro SIM cards because I'm committed to keep St. Lucians connected, right. When it comes to reliable service.
Do me a favor. I would have you as the sponsor of the show. Every time I come, we'll put a clip together for you, all right?
That would be nice.
No problem. Love you, man. You take care. We'll talk, all right?
Okay. Love you too, bro. Cool. Yeah,
right.
Bye-bye.
Yes, bye. Okay. Caller, you're on the air. Caribbean American News Network. Palo. Okay, so I missed that call. Let me see. Folks, you can call because I want to go to Dominica shortly before we leave. But okay. Yes, I'm going to take this call. Caller, you're on the air. Caribbean American News. Palo.
My honor, good night.
Yes. Now, what are you, a lawyer?
No. My honor, when you came on the show, you said you were judge.
Monkey judge la, oui.
Yeah, so I have to tell you that you are my honor, good night.
Yeah, you have to address me. Monkey judge, my pièce
passe elsewhere. Because ou teni de moun ki having it pale avant moi, if you pas kuyo judge, that means I put that case in your hands to pay me.
Oui, nou ka waje sa. But right now, moi ki judge la. Moi jis oblige moi te judge la.
Bonsoir, comment ça va?
Tout bagay bien, merci. Na boy Mobi.
Chebe kon pa moli. E bon pa Mobi ou kay ni gouay. Mais anyway, pastor.
Parle bon.
Moi mene kes moi devant la moun parle about fig la.
Where?
Et puis, moi, Sunday, toi, mon vin parler about fig là. Mais si nous parler about fig là, et pour parler à côté, c'est un caisse money devant là, et on mettez ça in verdict, 12 Xavier, verdict number 1 or 2 money, là, I don't know.
Whatever
but
number
anyway,
it is, na faire ça money pour faire. Ça qui ka,
bon, since, my honor, I want you to tell me where I can go and get my grandfather's money for the banners. Since il servi round-up, permissive, validate, tout ça qualité bagay pour tuer bla. So moi mette qu'est-ce devant pour l'autre coup aller na vino les show pour de mon côté moi pour la hansal là-bas. Qu'est-ce qu'il a mais c'est descendant ni pour la.
So wait, he died from cancer?
Now, yeah, he died from cancer.
Okay, good. So no you know what I will do? Usa sana faire? Na garder pour toutes ces femmes et farmers là qui morts from cancer. Et na garder pour ouais si moi ça hen a lawyer pour faire ça pro bono pour nous. Na was ya na travailler ça. Ou est project ça? Na travailler. Because là n'est shy là. Ouais.
Et puis moi mene kesa devant, so pas oublier kesa because c'est moi pour mieux qui couiller la kesa, so là quand y aller into what transaction là, ça moi couiller moi avant.
Oui, naikro avant et ou kay li pour payer pour tout ces monde là. Ou kay li pour payer judge là.
Oh, moi kay li pour payer.
Oui, ou kay li pour payer judge là.
Pas de problème ça. Depuis bagay ou manger judge là kay toujours dans bagay.
Mais
anyway,
you have to do like how them real judge do it, you know. You have to pass the money under the table. You know that. Ou niveau passer à bas table là.
Non, bah il passe en bas table c'est bah zombie qui là. On my honor, since I bring my case to you and I win my case, this is business. Ça pas bagay zombie passer bagay en bas table, so ou c'est bagay comme ce judge là. Ou c'est même ce judge là mais oui là comme tout le monde qui vini devant yo là, les puis avocat donc il m'a dîner, fait tout bagay puis nous avons cette question.
Sorry. O just got bad with
Anyway, Pastor, I know other people have to call. Let me just point out something for my flabos.
Yeah, talk to me.
My flabo people that's on the line and also my flabo people that's all over the world.
Yeah.
Let me tell you all something. And now I turn to you as a pastor now, Pastor.
So much a pastor, pues okay, all right.
Pastor, we finish with the judge. I just wanted a little fun, make the people laugh a little. Okay, now we're talking business now.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, you are pastor, and then when I watch the election that happened back home, I will say it again, because maybe most people will not understand what God is trying to do for us.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Anything God wants to happen will happen.
True.
God see Mr. Chasney did so much with the St. Lucian people. You see when you greed, you see when you're wicked, God does allow things to happen to see he is the man that's in power. Mr. Chasney maybe lose the election, but he don't have to worry about that.
No.
Because the heavy weight of St. Lucia was on his back to kill him.
That's right.
You have to kill him.
Yeah.
Look at the election very carefully, people. My viewers and my people, my flabo people, look at the election very well. You all don't see is God that achieved that election for you. Oh, where you can see that in the entire world.
That's
They do so many things. They wanted to destroy the man. You don't think if Chasney or Flabo had win the election, a lot of things would have happened?
Yeah, because the folks were angry, really.
Let's not complain too much. St. Lucia is a beautiful country, and we're complaining too much, people. We're too greedy. That's why God, they tell us, I saw some of the flowers say we're in the wilderness, and some of us say that they were singing, Captain, the ship is sinking.
Yeah.
But they say we're in the wilderness. How we're so proud we're in the wilderness because we live in Egypt. So they are the one that stayed in Egypt. Yoki lie Pharaoh.
That's subway.
So we the flowers, we in the wilderness. All what we have to do is continue praying.
Pray.
Whether for them, even we have to pray for them too because they are our people. Remember, St. Lucia is our country.
Tansa, c'est Flabo qui a fait. Tansa, c'est Flabo qui a fait marge avec ce bagay ça. On ne peut double ce bagay ça tout ça. Because c'est pas les young qui a fait marge, non? L'année chay Flabo qui a fait ça, on ne peut double ce bagay ça. Et pour aider, pour bouger, just changer tout bagay. Vous check lui?
That's what I'm telling people. They're thinking of only one side that was doing all their gage and stuff. No, both of them were doing their foolishness. But God see what could have happened. Let me tell you something. I'm saying something now tonight on that show.
Talk to me.
Yes, I don't people that call that much. I remember I couldn't vote yet, but maybe I was at the age either 14, 15 or 16 in the lineage like that.
Yeah.
There was an election back home. Mr. Remy Lesmond.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Remy Lesmond, I'm going to tell you about this man. This man was a good man.
Yeah, I know him.
But he had bad people on his side. People who had wicked people on his side. My grandfather, you don't know my grandfather, but some of the viewers on this live know my grandfather very well. His name is Mr. Bethelme.
What's his name?
My grandfather, Mr. Bethelme.
Okay,
my grandfather was on this Remy Lesmond family estate. He wasn't paying a thing because the lady had liked my grandfather. Yeah. And he said, my grandfather, just go ahead and get the estate, build it, and when you have food, just bring food for her. He never paid a cent. When Mr. Remy was going up for election, my grandfather walked to Mr. Remy. Remy was a young boy growing up.
Yeah.
Remy, while on the wrong side, like I support your labor. But as a young child growing up, I never understood why my grandfather was saying that at the time. I was thinking that he was on the people's estate, and then he should have vote for him, at least give him the support. And he told him that. Mr. Remy answered my grandfather, Mr. Bethelme, I always have good respect for you. You know what? Wherever you want to vote, you can go ahead and vote.
Wow.
Now, Dennery, you see, there is a seat of labor. Dennery is not really a seat of Flabo.
Oh.
Dennery is a seat of labor. The only time Flabo win in Dennery is when Lacaille and La Pointe over the bridge, that area side, they go ahead and vote. C'est ça qui te fait Flabo gagner.
Oh.
Mais Jean Labattois et puis Jean Saint-Miquier, c'est Jean Les Bayoye. 1, 2 people you will find that Flabo there.
Yeah.
But when you put Lacaille and Dennery there, Dennery, La Pointe going down all the way, but I go there, you will get more Flabo there.
Okay.
Now I'm telling you that I'm not going to stay that long. I'm going to move up.
Okay.
When there was a certain election that happened, I couldn't vote at that time, so I will not say I was 18 years because I couldn't vote.
Yeah.
There was a boy they call him Malik in St. Lucia, Malik in Dennery. A lot of people know Malik. These people were labor.
Yeah.
And then Malik came. He was working for my grandfather. And then he came. And my grandfather, we was on it happened that Remy won Remy won.
Yeah.
And people couldn't think of how he won that thing. Malik came to my grandfather and he said to my grandfather, he used to call my grandfather daddy because we all call him daddy.
Yeah.
Il est daddy. En vérité, bon Dieu, échapper la vie, c'est flambeau à yon souhait, souhait yon te gagne l'élection.
Mama.
So my grandfather said, pour tout quoi dit ça? Il dit, merde ça. When you list moon, the man take out a pocket in his pocket. One list of people of Flabo, they had planned to burn the house if they had win the election.
Wow.
And he said, and what I'm telling you that is a true story I'm giving you there. And some people in Dennery, they know about it. Some people in Dennery. And when my grandfather says, "Zotakai bile kai mwe kai tel moun zotakai bile si Flabo te gen," il dit oui, c'est ça qui te kai fait. C'est mon te ani ka ozinyo yo te ani tout bagay yo pour te faire ça l'histoire.
Wow.
God changed when God see that God changed it by Mr. Remy again. But Mr. Remy couldn't help Dennery at the time. The little money they was giving him, he couldn't even really speak in the parliament before he started talking to help Dennery.
Yeah.
He couldn't do it. He was putting his little money in his pocket and tried to do his best.
Wow.
Because I always tell people, if Mr. Remy was one person in SLP, I would have given him a vote.
Yeah, he was a good guy. Yeah, he was a good guy.
Yeah, I told him that. I told my people that. I said, the only person I can vote in SLP it was Mr.
So
Remy, because I see what he was doing.
Right. So, Andrea, you see why we can't say that all SLP representatives are bad and they're not good? Because they in all parties, you have persons who are serious about serving the country, and they're not in for greed or anything else. And Lesmore was one of those guys.
Yeah, he was a good guy, but he just didn't have the support. The people that he had let me tell you something. Mr. Remy died. I'm going to say that on the pulpit there right now. There for
you. Pulpit
Mr. Remy died.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are pastor. That means I'm in the church, right?
Usha say upa the courtroom me. Wale pulpit la ale. Upa any problem.
But let me tell you, Monsieur Sa, il peut venir d'enri. Because ces gens les battent tellement pour voir. Yo commissaire, yo vle ça, and the man couldn't do much. He just couldn't do much. Yeah. Not to say not asking when he go in parliament, but they never give him a chance not to even finish his whatever he have to say for d'enri.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I am telling you, when they tell me that man died, before that Mr. Remy died, my grandfather go and bring food for Momo. That is the lady that put him on the estate.
Yeah.
And then they had another sister what they was calling Getty. So my grandfather went and bring food for both of them. He always bring food for both of them. Mm-hmm. When he reached by Momo, he dropped the food. He said a lot of people by Getty. That's where his office was.
Yes.
He said, he thought was Getty that died or something happened. When he was going in the crowd, Lateni Mayaz, he was the Likipay boss, Mr.
Mayaz.
He tell my grandfather he cannot come in the yard, but my grandfather did not know what was going on. That there are a lot of people like that yelling Sakaba Pala. But my grandfather, people have respect for him. So Mayazi he feels that, there's labor stuff and he's a flambeau, so he couldn't go in there.
Yeah.
But my grandfather pursued himself and he get in. When he get in, Miss Getty was in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Getty say, okay, Mr. Bethany, oh, thank God. The people there, they want this, they want that, they're complaining and stuff like this.
Yeah.
So my grandfather said, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
So he put the food, he said he put the food down and then he was going in the living room. When he was going in there was a partition.
Mm-hmm.
So he looked at through the thing. He said the people that he could have seen, there was Mr. Remy, there was Gomora, there was Deke, there was Mr. Obed. He said Mr. Obed was there, and he said some other people named that was there. When Mr. Remy saw him, Mr. Remy stand up and to come and greet him.
Yeah.
And he looked at Remy. He said to Remy, "What's going on? So many people they're crying and stuff like that." So my grandfather wasn't speaking English, but he was speaking Creole.
Creole.
Remy said to my grandfather, I have tried, I have talked to them, but they're still there, they're yelling and stuff like that. So my grandfather said, Remy, Bamadousa, Makadou Manye pour courir office. Mon pour faire des vous et puis on n'a pas fait. Surtout faire des vous et puis tout le monde ça pas qu'il là tout le monde qui fait un bagage qui fait. Et c'est pas rien qui fait pour tout le monde là. So this is how that man started making appointment with people.
Wow.
But and even though he's trying, if he said this one pour journée, just where this one, pas que someone vient là pour faire ça. My grandfather that tell Mr. Remy that. When my grandfather came home to my grandmother, he said to my grandmother, il dit Lukusha, en vérité, massacre comme ça. Même si tu bois la vie, qui ça, il s'est fait tellement comme ça pour tout le monde côté guette, il y a comme ça. Où ça veut dire qu'il tuer tu bois ça? My grandfather said that like this. So il dit comment yo ka tuer là. Il dit qu'on l'aime regarder tu bois ça, il moi et puis pressure et puis c'est mon ça top problème. C'est mon ça qui a vu mettre top problème en barre là. When you hear that, I think a couple of months, the man died on the steady fall sick. He died.
Oh my God, the pressure was too much.
Mr. Remy was from Denwi, but every time for him to come in Denwi, say
yeah, somebody said no, but Amundi family do your mem story sir have Amundi sir.
For real, I'm telling you what happened. My grandfather, because I'm them listen. Even one day my grandfather wanted to beat me when I tell my grandfather, just kasi pote vie comme ton, qui ça comme ton gabao. Ou ka faire mon chien pareil comme ton sad. I got when you couldn't speak back to your grandfather.
No.
But I was always somebody that was, they say I was rude and stuff. We was in the garden and you want to go on to the meeting of Mason. Ika di moun konsa o deme nou kay vini. Mwen di hell no. Deme maka vini siya. Tou pa ka fini sa o di a deme maka vini. So my grandfather, I telling you everything I know about these people. That's what happened. This man died with stress and heart attack with all these people stressed out.
Mm-hmm.
Every time for the man to come in there, he wants to come in there, but when he reaches there, he's not happy.
Yeah.
So what I am telling you today, God save Mr. Shaste and other Flabo's life. You don't even see what's behind the scene, what would have happened to us. So let us pray, regardless we're not in power, it's okay, fine with that. Let's pray for each other. At the same time, as you know, the pastor, we cannot be saying any bad thing about our leader. He's our leader. We just have to like him, whether we want it or not. We have to go with the flow and let God do the rest. So my people, I love you all and take care of all the Flabos, kaka. And then, Brother Garfield.
Hey, friend, man.
One thing, bonsoir.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Bonsoir. That was Andrea. Folks, you can call. Now, Andrea is right. She's into some serious history there. And she made a very powerful statement that, look, if we believe in God, we got to believe that God set up and he takes down. And for his purpose, all right? So here's an opportunity. The Flabo is on vacation. Here's an opportunity to regroup and to present a bigger plan, a bolder plan to the people of St. Lucia. Caller, you on the air. Caribbean American News Network.
Good night. How are you?
Good night, no bad at all. Welcome to the platform. Oh, your device is loud behind. Yeah, just lower it a bit and then, yeah. Let's wait for our caller, folks. Yes, yes, caller.
You know the mentality of St. Lucian.
Oh, this is Marvin, Mr. Charles. Got you. Go ahead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. They need to change this mentality. Like, if we have a big job, we need to get an engineer. We need to get someone that is from our country.
Yeah.
As if we cannot use someone from the Caribbean island or from another country to come down here and try to fix things. We need to stop this kind of thinking, because if we have a broken system, let us say like we need a commissioner from Canada or the United States or from England to come down here to try to fix this for us. We don't need to have a St. Lucian Bond Commission.
That's right.
No, we need the help for those people to come down here to help us. Like there was a few years ago in the 90s, in the 80s, early 90s, we needed teachers. We needed a whole heap of Guyanese came down here, and they were doing a great job.
Yeah.
And some solutions will get upset when I say it, but Guyanese, they showed the love for teaching, and they would come down here. They would come into classes. They would measure on the children. They were performing. Now we have some St. Lucians because they are Lucians, or send all of them back to their country and have St. Lucians teach. And a lot of those teachers go to a classroom. They have they don't even want to teach. They just want to come in because of a salary, and most of them will tell their children, at the end of the month, I get a salary.
Yeah.
We need to stop this kind of thinking. We need help from other countries, like St. Lucians live here and go out of St. Lucia and get jobs, right? You know, we have some engineers here, and I have seen it. I believe they are engine fast because they don't know what they are doing. They don't know what they are doing. You mean to tell me people came and investigated this St. Jude Hospital? They told you the hallways are too small.
Yeah.
They told you the plumbing they are not good. The electrical work is not good. Some people came in daily. Labor came and they say they had a group of people they put together to go back. Who did you all put together? And teach your people? So what report you expect them to give?
That's right.
I need St. Lucians to stop. Brother Gaffy, what I'm telling them, we have St. Lucians in all countries, even though it's one St. Lucia in Africa, but we have St. Lucians living in our country, going for a better life. So what is wrong with somebody coming in St. Lucia to try to search for a better life, to try to help us? Because we have passed so many commissioners. And I'm going to say something here. Yeah. There was once, I believe, the man was from Scotland Yard.
Yeah.
This man was doing so well as commissioner or acting commissioner in St. Lucia. It was a white man.
Yes.
And then, because of his strict laws, and he was doing everything to try to cut down on the crime rate in St. Lucia, some St. Lucians stood against him, saying he's a white man, he's not from our island, send him back. So what do you all want? We need some people that are well trained, right? It's not because somebody served 30 or 40 years in the force, that means automatically they have to be commissioner. Sometimes we need to go out of our country to find help.
That's
okay?
Right.
We need to go out there, find the help for our betterment, just like they say Shasta is not from St. Lucia. Now, I believe that you are born this law, or you should be born in this country to be prime minister. Whenever I believe the person's intention is good, I believe they can come here and try to, do something good for our country.
True.
So what I have to tell St. Lucian tonight, let us stop thinking like that, because we travel to other people's country. And St. Lucians that are great doctors in other countries. There are St. Lucians that are great engineers, because my brother is an engineer, and he's not even working in St. Lucia.
Yeah.
He is all the way in Saudi Arabia. You understand what I'm saying?
Wow, yeah.
So just like they give other St. Lucians opportunities out there, let us give other people opportunities so that we can have better buildings if we have good engineers, because not everybody that has a paper to say they are engineers, that means they know what they are doing.
That's true.
Because we can check the work they are doing in St. Lucia. The bridge in Poale, the bridge, they say the engineer came there to, and every time it rains, you see the bridge now. So I am not trying to bring our people down. But if we can get people that are higher, so that those engineers in St. Lucia, they can learn from those experienced people from overseas. That is not a bad thing. We have to learn. Don't think because you have papers to be an engineer, that means you are above everybody. We have to learn, because there are students. There are teachers in a classroom. We make mistakes at times.
Yeah.
And sometimes there are students that can help them and say, hey, what you did was wrong. Okay? So there is room for improvement.
Yeah.
All right? I don't want to take much time.
Yeah, but good
because
contribution.
I was not feeling well tonight, but I am here listening to you, and I believe I could just call and just give my take.
Yeah,
so have a good night.
Appreciate it. I hope you feel better, and that's why we're on here. We saw that you were not well. All right? Okay.
Yes, thank you. We have to have each other back, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. You take care. All right. Now, that's a big point, because we have professionals from St. Lucia all over the world, and they're doing well, and they're experts. All right. My brother-in-law was an epidemiologist, and he's from Guyana, and he worked here in the United States and other countries, and I believe at some point he was going to head to either St. Lucia or St. Vincent to work with the government there. So you do need the outside help. And, we sometimes we're so full of pride. We can't do the thing, but we don't want anybody else to do it. You look at Guyana. There are times when there was a period in time in St. Lucian history that all the St. Lucians went to Guyana. Some of them stayed. There. That's why you have a lot of Guyanese in St. Lucia who are St. Lucian. They're born to St. Lucian parents. So And even in England, St. Lucian, they fill up that place. In London, Lucians cover the area there. In the United States, Brooklyn, Lucian, listen to me, Brooklyn is like a little St. Lucia. St. Lucians in every corner. You understand what I'm saying? So this kind of foreigners mentality where you don't want foreigners in your place, but you want the foreigners' money, that's hypocrisy. You got to rise above that. You live in a global world where you are intertwined. You need services, professional services that you don't have in your country. And with the St. Jude Hospital, what I would have done, I would have brought in experts from outside to finish it. Period. Because our people have failed to deliver proper hospital. When you tell me you have engineers and professionals and government ministers walking through that hospital with a big smile on their face, Mr. King, with his belly can't even get through the door, with a big smile on his face, and he's happy to applaud a government saying that this is a good place, nothing wrong with it. The same woman who said that it needed just chemical and Clorox to clean out and move in, she's there with a smile also in the hospital. Engineers walk through that place, see the air condition, 3 air conditions in the hallway, a big column in the center of a door. You can stretch and touch whatever stuff that is hanging in the ceiling. Pipes are run on site. You know those PVC pipe? You know how some of you run in the country when you run your teeth in water? Just have sanadi. Let you have volley glow. You can hydrate glow and you run your PVC all over the place. Sisana wela inchineki vesa. You all know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I inchineki vesa. And you're telling me that we will continue with that kind of crooked engineering? If I go to St. Lucia and I get sick, I jump on the first jet out. I don't care if I die mid-air. Take me out. But I ain't going there for nobody. You hear me? Because the engineer, sir, I don't know what to say, honestly. And don't tell me don't question people professionalism. I got to question it. When you put your approval, and by the way, is there an approved plan for that place? Is there an approved plan? That's my question. Because if there's an approved plan, then I say some crapper will smoke Uno pipe in St. Lucia. If there is an approved plan, crapper will smoke your pipe. Because the possibility is there that some of you, your beds might end up in the morgue. Well, if the pipes are crooked, in the morgue might have 2 or 3 beds for critically injured. What can I say? Because to me, and I don't want to sit here and just talk nonsense. If you're not blinded by colors, by party colors, you would see what I'm saying. And you would see the logics of building a different structure. You will see the logic of not putting another cent at this time in such a structure. You would see the logics in it. Looking forward, looking at the future. You would see the logics in finishing that big building. And stop with the ignorance about box. What you have there, all these little boxes you have there. What are they? They're not box. What are they? What are they called? What do you call them? You tell me. Bound to ignoramus. What do you call them? Oh, you can't find a word for it. Well, before they say I'm not a Christian, let me stop asking you these questions because you know they judge me so often when I speak like this. Folks, you can call still. We'll close soon, but call still. But if anybody can call me and tell me what the others are called, I'll be happy. One is a box. One is not a box. What are they? And what's wrong with a box? Yeah, what's wrong with a box? Eh? I never see none of you send your bananas to England without a box. Right now, you don't have box or bananas going. So that's another story. But I ain't see no banana going up there without box. What's wrong with a box? You ordering your Amazon stuff, it comes in a box, right? What's wrong with a box? A box is a very important thing. And by the way, you try building a hospital without a box. Ignoramus. Sorry. I don't even know what the insult is about a box. And I hear one of the engineer calling it a box. You're so political that you call in the building a box. You know how much millions of dollars went in there that you call in just a box? You know how much inches of concrete that was poured on that thing? You know how many families were fed because of that box? Do you know how many families survived the coronavirus because of the box? I mean, folks, I run out of Marby, so I might be having a problem now, and I'm not drunk. Caller, you on the air.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm hearing you, but I just have bad manners tonight. I'm drinking and talking.
I realize that.
Go ahead,
it's
caller.
not an everyday thing, so
No.
we can't complain.
What can I say?
Gaffel, I'm going to go back to Mr. Shasney
Talk to me.
and St. Lucia on the whole.
Uh-huh.
When Mr. Shasney came into politics, on his campaign trail for 2016, he said he wants to build a new St. Lucia.
Yeah.
I want St. Lucians to know Mr. Shasney is not stupid. He's a brilliant man. Mr. Shasney family is the number one business personnel in St. Lucia.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Shasney knows the ills of the country, what is working and what is not working.
Yes, caller.
Actually, I would say they are the first set of people that would know if St. Lucia is going on the right path to growth, or if anything is going to happen that will not benefit the country with whatever government that is there. Okay?
By the way, caller, before you go on, hold a minute. Before you go on, I have a picture of online for those people who want to say I'm lying. I have a picture online with 1, 2, 3 AC in a hallway in the hospital with a guy spraying. Go ahead, caller.
But they know that. They know all that. So I was saying, Mr. Shasney said, let's build a new St. Lucia. Because what we have there is not working. The last prime minister we had in St. Lucia ran out of ideas. He didn't know what to do. He had no idea of how to make this country move, make the economy move, put people to work, especially the youth. All our things were broken. The associations, your tooth, your padeka they were just gone. Kenny killed our judiciary system. It died under him. He killed the bananas. He just messed up St. Lucia completely. And it just wasn't happening. St. Lucia was just stagnant. Nothing was happening. We were going into poverty. The business people that were there, all of them, right now, they're not talking. They know exactly what happened in 2016. They know. And this man came and he said, let's build a new St. Lucia. The old house is not good. We need to take out the roof. We need to change the pillars. We need to go inside and break out all the old nastiness that's in the country. Let's build a new St. Lucia. We didn't have infrastructure. The country is in a mess. All expired airport in 2022. Humiliation. Hospitals not functioning. We didn't have medication. We don't have, it's not because of Mr. Chasney they didn't have medication. These things were not there from the time of Kenny Anthony. The country was just not working. And this country needs to be moved. We have the resources to move it. We just need a leader that can think, a leader with a vision to drive. We have the largest economy in the OECS. And these people that are coming there, they just cannot handle the affairs of the country. They don't know what to do. They just do not know what to do. You see, they come back in there and it's the same whole commerce that is going on there. Nobody's interested in the country. Everybody's me. It's about me. Let us give that person that business person that, and I will get 10% for myself and he can take the rest. It's not about the country. You mean to tell me that thing you're showing on the television there, that's like a house at Capested? That's not no kind of hospital. What's that? In 2022?
I wish
in 2022.
I wish the folks who are working there can send more pictures. Where's the pictures?
Mr. Chasney came and the man did an audit with the hospital. My God, the hospital didn't have it. It didn't have nothing. Not no blueprint, no architectural drawing. No DCA approval. It didn't have nothing. It didn't have nothing. The man couldn't. I watched that man in the hospital there, in that old building there, when they came to assess it on the news. Mr. Chasney couldn't even stand up in the doorway. He had to bend his head. I remember that, Kelly. In 2016 or 2017, where I don't know, these people are lost. That thing they have there, that's a money laundering hub. Enough of our money went into that debt already for about how many years now? 15 years? Everybody just come in, take their cash cow, take their money and go. That thing will not, that's a disgrace. That's a disgrace. The man got some international people to come and do an audit on the hospital, and when you're finished, you're telling me the St. Lucians are just letting these politicians ridicule them. Even if y'all didn't go to school, my God. That's why I tell you, Pastor Garfield, St. Lucians are wicked people. They are wicked. They don't even feed their own children, some of them, the men. They leave their children in the wild, hungry. So it's not what that is good. A government is doing what that is good for them. And they tell you they don't like you. They will stay there and say, well, okay, he's doing something good. Let's keep him. These people are just wicked people. You mean to tell me all these people that are in government there right now, the elite, they are not seeing that the structure Mr. Chasney built there is a better thing than the trash, the garbage, the pit, the nastiness that they say in there, they're spraying and they're fencing all. I mean, come on. These people can fool the people, but these people forget that God existing. That's the problem. They don't remember that there is a God because they glorify in their wickedness. But God will deal with them accordingly. He will deal with them for their wicked heart. You mean to tell me Philip Pierre, Ernest Hillel, Stephenson King, Alison Jean, that was on the board, the main one. You up and down Texas, you see the way the buildings are in Texas, and you coming back in St. Lucia and insulting our people. Pastor Garfield, you see these people? his way for them.
Yeah.
He have his way for them because these people are wicked people. And the tip you played earlier on there, like I will go back to telling you, Mr. Shastri said, let's build a new St. Lucia. When the COVID hit, and it took away our revenue stream, because remember the tourism industry was the best we had after. We didn't have the bananas, the only industry we had.
Yeah.
The COVID took 60% of our revenue stream. All these people that are there saying like the banana, the farmers saying they come and look for money and all kind of crap like that. You're not paying NIC. Right? No NIC, but you want to collect money. Mr. Shastri, Pastor Garfield, I tell you, St. Lucians have a pass to pass. And they have to pass it for them to understand themselves. Farmers were not paying NIC. Hairdressers not paying NIC. The boutique owners not paying NIC. The vendors are not paying NIC. Person back pay NIC setlisi for years. For years, and the COVID came, it took our revenue stream, and Mr. Shastri still had to come out and give them the stimulus. Put something together for those people. Take loans, give it to them, and St. Lucia, you tell me, will not take what God has for them. They have to take it. They have to take it. They cannot escape. The only way our country will not go into further poverty, St. Lucians have to come and say, forgive me for what I did to Mr. Shastri. They're too wicked, these people. And the opposition, when I saw that COVID hit, Philip Pierre, I had never seen anger and animosity in anybody in my life like I saw it in Philip J. Pierre. Hatred, pushing, frustrating the man, applying pressure. And they knew exactly, these ministers are not stupid. They're not stupid. They saw exactly what the COVID did and they say, instead of they coming together to save the country from drowning, they're using the poor people to gain political power. And today they are in there. Not a word, not a word, not a word. Man. Everybody quiet.
Everybody quiet.
Everybody quiet.
My outside your boy.
And all of them know, Pastor Garfield, what Mr. Shastri was doing for St. Lucia. They self-admitted it. They are those that said it. If we allow Alan Shastri to go that way, we will never enter politics again.
Yeah.
But the people of St. Lucia, they were not listening. They were there for the entertainment when the crooked thugs was telling them about if Alan stayed there, they will not sit down there again. They like the drama. What they get in there good for them, Pastor Garfield. That's what they voted for. All of us will go down in it. But that's what they voted for, Kiteyola. And let them measure the difference between Alan Shastri and Philippe. They have to see it. That man went and rescued all the workers on the cruise ship. Not one of them I had come and tell him, thank you for doing that for me.
Nah, nobody
or for doing that for my children.
Nobody remember those things.
Nowhere in the Caribbean did that. The man did that. He got full strength. Bring yourself back to St. Lucia. And there was one day that was saying he wants money or they got and all working on the cruise ship, don't pay no NIS. And you all want money too.
The people need to start paying NIS, the farmers, the fishermen, all industrial workers need to contribute something small to the NIS. You hear? They should go to NIS, open an account, and pay something.
But this is exactly what Mr. Shastri was telling them.
Yeah, pay
now,
something.
Labour cannot make them pay it. They have to stay there because the next crisis, they still will not get nothing.
Yeah. Anyway, caller, we got to go, though. I have 10 more minutes.
All right, then.
Thank you, my friend, and love you as always. Good points. Yes, blessings. So that was my friend there. Very good points. I want us to finish at 9 o'clock in the next 10 minutes, but I have something to show you. Let me show you the air condition. This in itself is what I was speaking about. Now, I ain't no engineer, but I have, as I said to you, I've done air conditioning and refrigeration. This is not the right place to put 3 AC units. These are the compressors, 1, 2, 3. These things generate a lot of heat and should be in open space. 2, why do you have all these small pieces of AC unit? Why not have one large central unit to cool the entire building? Well, I would suspect that because the buildings are too low, then you might have to use individual units. But this is a lot of electricity. Although I believe there's solar panel or something that I saw. But this is not the right place to have these units. Period. St. Lucia's is a hot place. And to have these things in this confined space, it is not good in a hospital. It's not good for the air quality for persons who go into that place. Caller, you on the air.
Pastor Garfield, good evening. How are you doing?
Hey, my loving friend. I'm blessed and highly favored, but I'm just a little upset tonight. You know, my spirit is a little upset.
That's a wonderful thing. It's good to know. I realize quite a few of your callers have been anticipating that I'm going to be calling, and so I do. How are you?
Hey, good man, long time, man. And by the way, I want to say publicly to our listeners, thank you, Mr. Anson, in front of our listeners. Thank you for your assistance in the our charitable thing that we're doing. Thank you so much.
Brother Garfield, I don't need that. Let me tell you something. I would prefer you don't do that because, you know, I mean, charitable things is not something you gloat about. You know, it's just like when you do something, it's between, you know, what you do. You don't have to publicize everybody who make a contribution. So I don't really, like I said, I don't seek no favors, no nothing. It's a charitable cause, and I will be whether it's anybody, it can be anybody. If the cause is good,
it's good.
I will support this. I'll support the worthy cause.
And thank you so much. So you are calling for what, the pastor's pulpit or my judge role?
let me tell you something.
Yes, sir.
You and I will always be as close as we always, you know, in spite of the fact that some of your viewers, I don't seek people to condone anything. I don't seek an approval from people. I am me. I'm, like I said, I want to let you know tonight. You and I are friends, and that we will always be.
Yeah. But nobody's attacking tonight. Nobody's attacking tonight. We all in good.
No. I'm saying nobody. I'm not going to be a rubber stamp for anything that I disagree with you on. No, will you for me understand? No. People begin to understand that people are going to have differences,
and we have to respect that.
They're not always going to be. Yes, they're not going to be angry. It is about time that people realize that differences don't mean that you are angry.
Ma fashek mun po politics, eh?
No. Man, you're political, let me.
Listen to me. I want to go to heaven. You hear me?
But and that's one of these good days. I will find myself striving to find myself on the path of righteousness to heaven again.
Man batizo sa we na batizo. Le nou ge eleksyon na batizo. Ma batizo avasa, do ne pou ge ek den nou ga batizo.
Ma pou ge
Who say UWP? And so Bawa.
You know, I realize people are very passionate about. I was listening to Mrs. Gilbert Andrea a while ago, and she was making some points about the den where we both are from. But I think she said that Denry is labor seat, don't mind anybody. You know, I mean, I don't understand how can Denry be I mean, such a firm labor seat, and we had a representative for 15 years that represented the other side. So I don't think that is a proper representation of where Dennery really is in terms of their political lineage. So I beg to differ from that. But whatever it is tonight, I'm calling to tell people, when people don't like you, Brother Garfield, they may use your platform to say things about other people. And I've always said, whether people like me or don't like me, I will be very respectful.
Well, Anson, this is the people's platform, you know.
Yeah, no, it does not matter. And it's the people's platform. That is why I want to say on their platform that whether or not they like me or don't like me, it don't make a difference. I have come to terms with myself, and I've come to realize a whole lot of who I've become is because of people, not in spite of people.
Mais ou pas venir ici pour garder pour love. Nous pas parler issue. Ou venir ici pour garder pour love.
No. Ma besoin love moun because bon Dieu love moi. Et bon Dieu love you too. Yo même pas même comprendre that bon Dieu love you.
Y'en des moun ka di ou ka annoy yo. Y'en des moun di ou ka annoy yo.
Ma exemple, c'est même bagay la moi là. C'est même bagay là. Les moun pas un mon, il pas mettre qui ça ou fait koto yé. And comment do because of moun na moi yé. C'est pas because you même because si c'est pour yo même.
Opinion c'est mon akila.
So let it be known tonight there are neither here nor there. I am a child of the king.
Qui est ce monde là? Who worry about ce monde là toi? Listen to me. Opinion c'est mon akila man. Because
no, more respect this. More respect this. You know, Brother Garfield.
Yeah, there's nobody dislike you. Yeah,
because you are on an other side of politics.
Yeah,
they have an opinion, they formulate an idea. But politics, I don't allow politics to divide me. I remain who I am, and I'm true to myself.
Yeah, man. So what
I am saying too, sometimes there's so much rivalry in life, and then people are not. Enemies. So CM1 Blakeway, moi and Cynthia me because of psych actually says that I don't have an enemy.
So
I want you to know that I don't have and never will have.
So you ici pour pocher, ça au dit. Ça what do you call for?
Moi like pasteur.
Pourquoi pocher plus passer moi? Crusade là en fait c'est pour baptiser ou même ça. Mais nabatizo UWP parle ba. You sabu sell UWP so mama
no. I'm firm supporter of St. Lucia Labour Party.
Ou pas Pierre strong supporter Anson, ou savent ça. Ou savent pas. Anyway, ma même parler ça pour Oswell, mais no, all right, and glad to hear your voice that you tout bagay bon pour.
Brother Garfield, let me since we're talking a little bit about politics, let's deviate from that. There's so much bashing of the St. Lucia Labour Party. I was listening to your friend and my brother Charles, Marvin Charles, last night. I was on his program, and it would seem like every time I come on a program that is not of a St. Lucia Labour Party, it's a place where people think you don't belong. You can't make a contribution. And
no, because Anson, wait, some of the people, right? And it's the truth. Some of the people are hurt by many of the statements, that are being made by the St. Lucian Labour Party supporters, and some of these statements are very, they're bad, they're dangerous, they're not helping the society. It's divisive. It's racism. No. I've never heard the UWP peddle any race card. I've never heard that.
Oh my God, Brother Garfield.
And you know, Anson, and this is the truth. And I got to tell you the truth in love, that the St. Lucia Labour Party history, it is not a very nice one when it comes to people disagreeing. It is either you're threatened, either there's a blacklist on you, either there's Plywood City, either there is a strike with people cutting people, burning people's sheds. It is always something that is not desirable of a nation. When you look at the history, and that's the truth, you cannot run from history. I can tell you that We can try to sweeten it. We can
I'm
try
a
to.
student of history.
Well,
I
you
would
should
like
know
to
what I'm
understand
talking
the
about.
specificity.
But you should know what I'm talking about, Anson, and that's the truth. Let's stick with the
I
truth.
don't want to assume what you're talking about. I want to be clear on what you're talking about. I do not want to assume that you're talking about any particular situation and I may be wrong about. If you're addressing a situation, I would love clarity in the situation that you're talking about.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. It's a very dark history when it comes to people disagree and have a different position. You're threatened. You know and some people have.
That is on both sides. Everyone is very passionate about what they believe in the political leaning.
Anyway,
and I am saying your passion, and I mean. When you are passionate about something,
but I got to go.
Okay, and then you are having a contrary opinion towards that of which you believe in. People are always so emotional about it; they get heads over heels. It takes people with a lot more understanding to realize we differ. I don't have to, like I said, rubber stamp what you say. I am going to say what you say is not so. But that doesn't
history,
mean that there should be hatred.
Yeah, no. But a lot of people have personally felt the wrath of both supporters and government officials, and it is something that it's a shock that we cannot. It's an experience that we cannot take from them. And as I said, history does not lie, and the Bible says to me that the truth will set me free. All right, and I am here still waiting for someone to say to me that the UWP, when they don't have their way in government, they close down everything, they block everything, they caused discomfort in the society. I am yet for somebody to come to me and point out to me.
You're waiting that the Labour Party, because you don't have the way in things, they're blocking. That's what I hear you saying. Is that I would really like to
you know exactly what I'm speaking about. So
don't
even act like you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, brother Garfield. Why should I try? Okay, I mean to defend your insinuation. I cannot defend that insinuation.
No.
To have clarity in your presentation.
But listen to me. That is so clear that all you have to do, brother, is go back into history. History will give you all the clarity that you need.
Brother Garfield, we are on a platform where people are listening to it, and people are very opinionated about things. If you present a case to somebody that they're going to form an opinion about,
but anyway,
we need to have clarity in that we can present it to them in a way that they can understand. If we're talking about something, whether it becomes travel or SLP, we need clarity in our presentation. We cannot leave any ambiguity.
Well, the other thing with our platform is that, according to your friend, we manage it to our comfort. Over here. We turn up the heat. We turn up the heat to our comfort here on this platform, So
no, I can respect. No, I can respect that.
Yeah.
But if I come on your platform, and I expect a measure of objectivity in your presentation.
No, you won't find it.
You just said it right.
But you won't get it. You won't get it like that, because what I am doing is that I am representing my belief.
A cross-section of people that is different from any
share,
political view that
right. No, but what I'm representing here, I am not independent to say that I'm in the center. I represent a philosophy. I represent, right. But I represent...
I respect that.
Right. But I'm telling you the truth. I represent a philosophy. I represent a leader. Wait. I represent a leader here that has a vision. A clear vision for the country of St. Lucia. That's what I represent.
In your estimation, I will say to you that I have a leader in the St. Lucia Labour Party who have a clear vision of... And
so stop peddling your Labour Party. Stop losing... But listen. But stop using...
That's what I'm going to say.
But stop using our platform to peddle your Labour Party propaganda. But I got to go, brother.
No, that's not propaganda. That's the reality.
That's propaganda, brother.
I'm going to get off your platform.
Don't allow the Mobby to get me drunk tonight, brother. Anyway, we'll talk tonight.
You're not getting drunk. Maybe I'll give you some chamomile to calm you down.
Good night. Go over on your Labour Party platform, brother. Go. Good night. Caller, you're on the air. The last lap.
Yes, Garfield.
Yes, sir. You're on the air.
Hello.
You're on the air,
Yes.
caller.
You see one thing I must say about Anson.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Anson was never a UWP attack because I heard he said he was a UWP. He used to be president of this and that.
Mm.
If you are true UWP, if you are UWP at heart, and if you say the UWP and UWP house is not in order, you're not gonna swing and go and support the St. Lucia Labour Party. You're gonna wait until the UWP put the house in order, and you're gonna be there with them.
That's right.
That means he was never a UWP at heart. Because I have been supporting UWP from the time I know myself. And if UWP is doing something or the house is not in order, I will wait until the house is in order to be there, or I will help them to put the house in order, or I will criticize them, but I will still be their supporter.
That's right.
I will not go
but
and support the SLP.
But stay there. You made a very valid point, right? And the point is this. If you are part of an organization, now everything is not going to go right in the organization. But what do? Do you just throw your organization under the bus because something went wrong or there was a mistake or error? Or do you stay with that organization to make it better?
I would stay with them and make them know where they're going wrong and try and fix it with them.
But listen with the hypocrisy, right? The hypocrisy is that while you were a UWP, you curse off the Labour Party. You say they're no good, they're bad, and you said all the worst things about them. But all of a sudden, because something goes wrong in your party, the Labour Party is the best. I've never been so happier in my life. These are the best. That person is unstable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unstable.
I have been a UWP. If I decide something is wrong with the UWP, if I have to criticize them, I will criticize them.
You criticize them, yeah.
I will help them I'll help them to put the house in order. Tell them the things that I don't like about the party, but I will not turn my back on the party.
That's true. And listen, man, if you really love your party, brother, you would continue to hope for the best. You will continue. And even when there are sins and transgressions among your party people, you don't just expose it because you don't just put it out there and try to make them look as nasty as you can. It means in the first place that you have no integrity, that you do not understand loyalty, you have no stick-to-itness, period.
If Anson was a UWP at heart, he would have, from the time, if he had done that, maybe the first year, he had already come back to his home, come back to the UWP and help them to get the house in order. He was never a UWP at heart.
So,
Anson was always
so what we will say to Anson is that anytime he peddled any propaganda here, we are going to call our judge. We're going to expose it. Thank you, caller.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. If you have a UWP, I am a UWP. And if something is wrong, I will help them put it together. Fix it, Yeah. I'm not going to throw them under the bus and go and support Labour Party, the same Labour Party, I feel. And by the way, I always say I am too intelligent to be supporting Labour. Never. I'm too intelligent for that. Come on now.
Hey, that's your opinion, caller. See you. All right, brother. Blessings. Yeah, man. We had some good calls, and Anson spiced it up for us, friends. But something I want to share with you. But honestly, I would say to you folks, let's say you have a child, that child did something wrong. What do? Go and expose the child? That's ignorance. You go expose the child everywhere. The child get pregnant. You're going all down the road shouting, exposing the child. The child don't know who the father is. You're exposing. And how do you feel? And a lot of people have no loyalty. There are a lot of people with no loyalty. And persons who are involved in party for what they can get, for their benefits, for finance, for contracts, those people will not be grounded in your party. Those persons, as soon as they cannot get what they want to get, whether it's power, money, contract, whatever it is, ambassadorship, leader of the party, they will quickly turn bitter because they are in for themselves. They're full of themselves. They do not see the party on a whole. They are seeing themselves, and therefore, I will say to you that the crooked things will be made straight. And all who are not for and they're against, but they're inside, they will be shaken out so that you can breathe, so that you can function, so that you can have loyalty, so that you can be able to sit in your meetings and have conversations without the fear of your conversations being leaked out. Those persons are dangerous in your homes, on your job, in your church. People like that who sit on your church board. They are not with you, but they sit there. And everything you say, they go and they whisper. Those persons have no righteousness. And guess what? Eventually, they will frustrate themselves. Most of those people who have left your party, they were not with you. Yes, you embraced them. And you thought that they were your pillar and foundation. But they were not. They were not. And you got to accept the fact that they are not with you. You got to accept the fact that they have gone away from you. They have that choice. Some of them don't even have the choice because of righteousness. Darkness goes away. So don't fight. Anytime you see unrighteousness in any organization or anything, don't fight. Listen to me. Truth always prevails. Righteousness always prevails. You hear me? You might not see it right away. All the letters that you see leaking and all those things, that is the exposing of unrighteousness. There is more to come, but eventually they're going to shake themselves off. They're going to shake themselves off. So don't be afraid, folks. Don't fight yourself. But I am saying to you, if you believe in the philosophy, if you believe in the vision, stick with it. And don't stick with the vision and say nothing when you see wrong, when you see things are not going right. Everything the flag will do is not good, is not right. Stop saying that. They're subject for failure. They are subject to make errors. But also, when persons make the decision to move on, leave them alone. That's their judgment. That's their decision. Leave them alone. And you focus on your mission. Focus on the task that is before you. And that is a nation-building thing. Nation building. That's your task. But there are too many selfish persons in your party with their own selfish desire. All right? But I want to show you something before I leave quickly, all right? No more calls. No more calls, right? Let's go over to Guyana, Dominica. Quickly, folks, quickly.
No reform, no election. 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 No reform.
Now, folks, this is Dominica, right? Now, Mr. Scarrett, and we said it earlier, not going to be long, he called the elections, knowing that election reform had to be done before. He called the elections when he believed that the party is not ready. He called the elections when he knows that there is no leader for the party. He called the elections, folks, knowing that the opposition, they were hoping that that the government would have been responsible and would have called for electoral reform. And you know what we have in St. Lucia? You have a Labour Party guy in the name of Claudius Francis celebrating the brilliance of Mr. Scarrett as catching the United Workers' Party in Dominica unawares. How can you have contempt for the people of the country of Dominica? How can you support such? And that's to show you the mentality. That's to show you the mentality around the Caribbean of these people. They are just power hungry. They will do anything to secure power. They will do anything. Anything. And anything, I mean, even that the law allows, but it is not the right thing to do, they will do it. they will call election at midnight when you are sleeping and you least expect it. And this is what really happened to the United Workers' Party in Dominica. It's just a shame. Now, the people of Dominica are not having it because the opposition leader, the opposition parties in Dominica, they have already decided, based on advice, that they are not contesting the elections. They are boycotting the elections. They are boycotting it. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. And that, I thought about it, and that was the strategy that I would have placed before them. And by the way, the opposition leader in Dominica will be on our program. We will announce the date. They made contact with me. I made contact with them early in last week. So they're working on some stuff, and so we'll have them on the air. The United Workers' Party in Dominica, the folks will be on with us on the platform. That's a big announcement. So I am saying, folks, this is not the right thing to do. Hold a minute. Let's take our last call. Caller, you on the air.
Brother Garfield, good night. How are you doing?
Good night, sir. Not bad at all. How are you?
I saw you. I'm seeing you on fire tonight. You're very enthusiastic and you're very passionate about what the issues.
Is the drink? I was
I'm
drinking.
happy to see that. Brother God, don't say that too loud, because you know the pundits and the detractors, they will twist what you say.
I don't care about them right now.
We know that's a moment of levity.
I know, but I don't care.
Brother Garfield, on a serious note, what we see happening now with regards to the development of St. Jude is worrisome. It's worrying to all St. Lucians. I don't care what political party you're affiliated to. I don't care where you're from, what part of the country you're from. There's a lot of cause for concern. You cannot tell me, and we know this, we have said so over and over. So it sounds repetitious, but we have to remind ourselves and we have to remind people as to what's happening. You cannot tell me that St. Jude was burnt 13 years ago. Monies were raised. We know the whole story, the delays, administration after administration came, made promises. No St. Jude. The Labour Party by itself promised to open St. Jude at least 13 separate different times. Nothing happened. Alan Chastanet, in his good wisdom, said, look here, the people of the South deserve better. And so he constructed a state-of-the-art new hospital. COVID-19 came. We all know 2 years where there was a delay in terms of bringing the shipment of materials and what happened. Elections came in July. The United Workers' Party lost, and the rest is history. To date, where are we? The situation is for a government to tell me that they want to sell their new structure is cause for concern. It's cause for concern because we do not know what are the arrangements, who is being met behind closed doors, because Moussa Jean-Baptiste, the Minister of Health, disclosed last week that private entities are interested, private interests are interested. Who are those private interests? And common sense will tell me, Brother Garfield, and the rest of the world and St. Lucia, that there are negotiations behind the scenes that we don't know of. The question is, we hear all sorts of rumors, and there's no disclosure by this government. The fact is, why would you sell a state-of-the-art hospital to a private individual? This is the same Labour Party government, Brother Garfield, you'll remember, that said that accused the United Workers' Party of being friends, family, and clique. You remember, and foreigners. You remember that?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
When they were in opposition,
yeah.
And they're doing the very same thing. Well, not the same thing that they accused the UWP of, and even worse. The question is, why would you sell the hospital? Why would you do that? I mean, all it would take is for any savvy and wise government to do is get some money, finish the hospital, and remove the people from the George Odlum Stadium. And we know the horror stories there. We don't have to rehash that tonight. But to tell me that you're going to sell that hospital, that building, which is state of the art, every modernized international standard, hurricane proof, fire proof, helipad on it. If you have an emergency landing, people can land if they have an emergency airlift. Everything state of the art. You're going to sell that to a private individual. And then here is the comical thing about this whole thing. Then they're going to go back to the old structure that they had no planning approval for, that all the experts who with their soul told them that, look here, this is not meant for hospital. They're going to go back there. But further to that, we're hearing that they said, the Labour Party said, and Philip JP made that disclosure a few weeks ago, that they're going to start the fencing. The fencing has started, and we're hearing that a $10 million contract was awarded to a private contractor just to fence the area.
10 million?
You listen to me, Brother Garfield.
That's a fact? 10 million to fence?
That's a fact. Information, and you can verify that. Just to fence the outer perimeter of the old St. Jude and to do some cleaning works. $10 million was signed. And here how it was signed, direct tender. So that means when you hear direct tender, you mean that there was no bidding for the contract.
No way.
Contract was, I'm telling you.
So we got to confirm that.
And I'm not going to mention, I know the contractor. I would not mention the name of the contractor. But a $10 million contract was awarded just to fence the outer perimeter and to do some remedial cleaning works within the old St. Jude Hospital. A contract of $10 million was awarded to a famous contractor.
Yeah, I know the contractor
of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
I know the contractor, but wow.
Where are we going, Brother Garfield? And this is why I will continue to speak up about these things. And I don't care who lie about me, who spread the propaganda, who say what they want about me. I would continue to speak the truth because the people of St. Lucia deserve to know these things. $10 million was awarded just to fence the outer perimeter of the old St. Jude and to do some cleaning work.
Wow.
Whereas there are people in the country who are suffering, who do not have proper medical care, who right now at St. Jude, there's no medication at the hospital at the George Odom Stadium, who the conditions that the nurses and the doctors have to endure on a daily basis is horrific. It's horror.
I got to look into this. Sorry, I got to look into this $10 million contract.
Brother Garfield, look into it. Look into it. That's why I've been very cautious here.
Yeah, I will go into
not to mention the name of the contract.
No, but I will go into the government portal and see if I can get that information.
I wish you good luck because everything by this government, this Labour Party government, is under.
But there's a lot of stuff I'm not getting. A lot of information I'm not getting from the government site. I'm not sure why.
Because it's a secrecy, Brother Garfield. Look what happened.
A lot of documents I'm looking for, I just can't find them.
Take, for example, Brother Garfield, with this signing of the MOU with Global Holding, where our seaport and the Castries Harbour and the Soufrière waterfront was leased to this foreign company for 40 years. Does anybody know what is the content of the MOU that they agreed to or they signed with Global Holding?
Not yet.
Up to today, we are in the dark. We do not know.
Well, let's hope that when they come to the house that they can present to the people what's in it. I'm sure that the people want to know what is the deal, especially the vendors in Castries.
Right. So what's going to happen? And you're on point. What is going to happen to the vendors? Peter Ras Isaac made a disclosure last Wednesday on Newsmaker Live, and he said, up to daylight today, he was not brought to the table as the president of the Vendors Association. He's just like me, you and me, is still in the dark.
So there's no consulting.
No consultation. He said he heard this MOU and signing like anybody else on the news. Could you imagine that? That's total disrespect for the people. The same Mali way that the Labour Party keeps making mention of, the vendors. What's going to happen to the taxi drivers? What's going to happen to the stevedores on the dock, on the port? What's going to happen to the various shop owners at Point Seraphine?
I don't want to throw
at stake.
I don't want to throw Ras Iper under the bus, but he was on their platform praising them, and now they throw him back onto the same bus. But
and you know what is even more revealing, Brother Garfield? He made the comparison. We said when Royal Caribbean was interested in developing our port and was in active negotiations in the last Alan Chastney-led UWP. There was always consultation to the point where he was even brought on a trip to Jamaica to see a similar project.
So what? Ras Iper forgot all that was has done when he was making all his crazy statements.
So that to show you the approach, the difference between the UWP and the SLP. SLP claims to be for the poor, and they do the very opposite. Look, for example, Brother Garfield, our seabed is still in limbo. You remember that whole Jack Reinberg fiasco with Kenya Anthony and the last Labour Party administration?
I heard of that.
St. Lucia have to spend millions of dollars in litigation and court fees, legal fees, to try to get back our seabed. And I would say to St. Lucia boldly on your show, and for them to and the rest of the world to hey, if you go on the beach right now, Jack Grindberg or his family member can tell you get off his property.
What is the seabed?
The Labour Party administration lists the seabed.
What is the seabed, not the beach?
Well, the seabed is a seabed, eh? But the point is, even the then Governor General, Dame Paulette Louise, said she did not even know when she had the law, the Constitution stated that she had to sign off the Mineral and Vested Act, whatever the act was.
Yeah.
She said she did not even know anything about that. So that tells you the history and the behavior of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Fast forwarding this whole St. Jude fiasco, you telling me that you're going to sell this hospital, state-of-the-art St. Jude Hospital, to a private individual? And then people at the George Odlum Stadium are suffering as we speak. No medication, IV fluids, shortage of IV fluids, lack of bed space. People have been sent home to die, basically. I mean, it's just a sad state of affair for us St. Lucia as a country. But we have to stand up. We have to continue to speak out, Brother Garfield. You, as I applaud you, continue to speak out irrespective of whatever criticism that you might face. Continue to speak out. Continue to be the voice for the voiceless. And I just want to applaud you on good program tonight, good show, and have a blessed night.
Thank you, my brother. All right, folks, we got to come to the end of the program, but before we get to the end, I just want to say with Ras Iper, the United Workers Party should be in the business of embracing persons who feel that they made an error. That's how you actually win. You don't win by casting those people away. So if somebody, for instance, made a decision that, look, I campaigned, I voted for the St. Lucia Labour Party, and now they say, look, this is not what I want, this is not what I expected, and they change. Now, if they're going to change from the St. Lucia Labour Party, they will want to be with the United Workers Party. So you can speak about what they have done in the past and their statements, but you got to embrace, that change of mind. And I don't believe nobody should be watching anybody, because there are some in the camp that are worse, because if you did not go out to vote as the United Workers Party, you are worse than Ras Iper. Period. If you stayed home and you did not go out and your party lose, you are no different from Ras Iper. You understand what I'm saying? So you should be in the business of embracing people. You can never win. I can never win. We can never win preaching to the choir here on this platform. Guess what? Half of the choir will not go out and vote still. What you need is those persons who are actively involved, like Ras Iper, Charles, and all the others who were once supporters of the party. You should be embracing them as trophies, casualties of war. You should be embracing them as yours. Don't be watching nobody suspiciously. I know a lot of you watching me suspiciously. You don't know me. You can watch me how you want. I want you to watch me. But don't watch me say, let's watch him to see if he's going to be another Soraya. Mind your business. I have a choice. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody has a choice. But watch yourself. Watch your bread. Watch what is happening in your society. Stop. You're watching the wrong people. And the United Workers Party does not belong to one person or one group of people. The United Workers' Party does not belong to John Compton's family. They can bail off the ship too. It's okay. It does not belong to Anson. It doesn't belong to Mr. Chastney. No, the United Workers' Party is much bigger than these individuals. Let's suppose that the United Workers' Party was Mr. Stevenson King. You would have lose the United Workers' Party when he left? No, it is still there. The machine is still there. It is still rolling. So you got to embrace, man. And you all got to understand maths. You got to add. To be successful, you have to add, not take away. Add. Be a good accountant. When monies come in, give it hell to go out. A good accountant will do that. But what you do is that you want to keep what you have and you don't want to add any more. If you lost the elections, you lost because some people didn't go and vote. You want to find out why they did not go. And for those who went and they vote against you, and they switch and they change their mind, then you want to bring them aboard the ship. But I say to you, and this is wisdom, stop watching people. What we need to watch, what you need to watch, Flabo, is those who did not go out to vote. What you need to watch is those who are fighting in your party for power. Those are the ones you need to watch. So I would say, give Ras Iper a chance. He's a St. Lucian. The United Workers' Party belongs to St. Lucians. Welcome your own people. Embrace them. When they fail, then there's a process. But you do not know the heart of anybody. You're not God. You don't know who is genuine or who is not. By their fruits, yes, you will recognize them when those fruit bear. But embrace people like, embrace people like Ras Iper and Charles and all the others. And make St. Lucia great again. Make it a place where, you will be happy with. But stop fighting, stop insulting, stop humiliating, and get to work in nation building. So have tout moun. De ban souse. Las veye moun. Las veye moun. Ek pli ou veye, pli ou gade, pli ou pa we yen. Ou pa we. Es ou te we King, le King Party. Ou te we? King just exit. Zote ka veye. Ide asis la di de house like Chastney. Ek lani pli kite la epi. You're silent right now ba dan yo. Ou pa veye yo? Ou ka veye se moun ki ale TV, ale radio, yo ka pale for. Yo ka di, mon finek se bouk sa pa ni vision. Ou still ka veye yo, mesye? Listen to me, if you all want to win, you all need to come to my university. Now, my case is closed. This courtroom is out of session. And let me tell you something. If you want to win in my courtroom, start making a lot of sense by embracing people when they come to you. Huh? Si yo pa bon? No, ou ka mene yo di le courthouse like na was just that. They kite se muna man. Yes, you can give them a little maple for fun and tell them, pa ou ki kite di Chastney pa bon? Apo zay bon? Ou sa bay se muna ti maple kon ha? Ek ou finek sa ou wiyek ba kon go just back to work. Ou sa wi Ras Iper ka hele tu pa tu ka wi ou sa wi that's fun. Ou sa piche. Mais moi sa pa moun zo pa sa piche. Si sa ay piche, ba vin zo kay puye sa. Ba vin kay shut zo down. Zo pa ay shwek ba vin. Kite se moun la mesye. As I said, ou sa just le ou Iper say, sa ki bon la. Ou vle handkerchief ou ka hele. Sa ki bon la boss man. Ou check li, ou sa oui Bugla be. Bugla ha bail off train sa a long time. Ou check li. So all you have to do now is just make another train available for the man. Ou check li. Just fair flabo train la passe. Kite mi se board train la man. Because train sa a winning train ou sav. Moi qui ka di ça ou ça. Où est train ça? Moi aller right now. Ça pas pède. Si ça fait couillon tuer cause. Oui, ça ka pède. Et moi même quand ni pour bail off train là tout. Même Cora ça pas. Marvin. Marvin même pour te parler aller où ça, il va attendre. Il a qu'à shout, chasse, Gil Rigobot. Eh, let Marvin bail out, man, oui. Moi, is that, man, we tell man, how much you tobe. Because, just let it to the, Shazla house, like here, they give all the portfolios to the ministers. Let's say, man, that the, no, but, Jeremiah, no, but, we'll finish school and let me there for me where Marvin heart attack poor Marvin right away. Marvin volé the sky like mama modi bodje. Marvin yeah, I'm fini exam, I'm fini that. Jerry there. Boy, listen to me. Let me there Marvin with the pepuli. Chris poor Marvin, même jour ça. To all fall down. Marvin c'est friend monkey là, brother monkey là. Moi n'est pas oui. Because monsieur même campaign tellement against Gail Rigobot. Il juste dit Gail Rigobot te acheter bagay hotel tout bagay. Moi oui tellement moi oui. Marvin c'est un champion. Marvin ni a couche là ni chasse là. The man pillow chasse ne picture on the pillow. Couche bouk là c'est chastin oui. Même si kabou il manger c'est chastin. Soudan rien about chastin. Couche kapre monsieur les autres. Anyway, mon pour aller mais quitter Marvin moi bat misère. Et que Marvin mette ti chemise li, pas di rien. Si bouk là vle mette rouge, quitter bouk là. If you want to put on black, quitter. Ça pas acheter hat by bouk là. What make you a UWP? Couleur? Couleur qui kava UWP? So si bouk la ka mette ti bagay rouge li. Qui te bouk la ça? Zaka vle puis y'all drinking more red wine and rum rouge. Hein? Zaka boy. Qui te bouk la ça? Qui te parle de moi? Marvin, mettez barre là. Si vous êtes Marvin, n'a mettez plus rouge à l'air moi. Next show, Marvin all in rouge. Pour en parler. Oui, n'a answer phone aussi ou call Andrea. Si moi t'es Marvin Charles, n'a mettez combien barre rouge à l'air moi. N'a juste mettez rouge barre à l'air lip moi. Ou check li, zato un mauvais monsieur qui debout là. Mon y a call, final call like no fini. Call you on the air.
Mr. Garfield.
Saudi. Adje. Moi dis ka dormi.
Mr. Garfield.
Eh moi là.
No, moi pas dormi. And I know tomorrow you have a show with Eric.
Yeah, Eric at
and I think I'm gonna address Anson tonight.
Oh, tonight?
Now, yeah, and because Anson I don't know and that's the worst thing you ever do.
Ikwe now?
Anyway, ilome no me di Andrea upa akute now. But anyway, Brother Phil, Anson said that when I said about January is a labor seat.
Mm-hmm.
If Anson can go back all the days of his time of election, you know well exactly January is a labor seat. Estefan win the seat the 3 times because the people that was going against him wasn't worthy, so the January people didn't put them there. And so no Mary, the people will not vote for Mary.
You vote for you.
Now, and the other one is the guy that always follows and come on in la Pharaoh. Who will vote for Pharaoh? Mon ka croiser la mi. Envoie une femme mon qui toujours croiser la main puis pas même 10 personnes bonjour. Then
Skelly te même bagay la tu pas parler bay moun ko.
Well, si boy sa kan pièce ambition. Pièce ambition, c'est juste croiser la main. So moun pa ka yvam se le ba, mais c'est wrong set moun. Mais si on te mette un moun, même si un moun qu'on opposite pour rémunération, Anson savent bien. Genry, c'est ensuite les bas. C'est ça qui a fait Genry gagner. Le qui a fait élection, et bon, my go à la pétrole là, et là, kaye. Yo join vote ensemble. Yo des petits qui Genry, qui flambeau, qui est village là, qui flambeau. Now, Anson, supposed to be ashamed of himself. He is my parents' father, my people. Marvin pour Bayanson Mepri.
Your baby daddy.
But Anson Maka Bayanson Mepri because Marvin to say either you say we more way. Because he will die, I will stun with my 2 children. I will die, I know he will stun with my 2 children.
Yeah.
So there's no way I will give Anson Mepri. But when Anson is wrong, I have to stop Anson.
You have to stomp him, yeah. You're all in love anyway, so.
Yeah. Anson and I will not eye to eye.
No.
Because he can't watch him. Love
in any language.
Now, if Anson wasn't ashamed, when I look at Anson, I thought Anson was intelligent. As a matter of fact, I was speaking to my daughter once. He was listening to his father talking on the flabo, whatever, saying similar stuff about the flabo.
Yeah.
And I said to Shona, I said, Shona, let me make you understand something. You see your father, you need to bring him to a psych ward. You need help. Because it's a man that rooted his life underneath the flabo. Flabo qui mettait Anson Diego Kailaini là. And so c'est jamais bas. Anson a dit, say this and do that là. You have to say Anson a dit dans juggle. You have to say very Anson. You have to say about flabo. He will not talk about flabo at all. He would have put himself, I'm so flabo, it was because of the flabo. Now the flabo make Anson to be a millionaire in St. Lucia. That is up to you, Anson. Don't blame the flabo.
So Anson say a millionaire? He millionaire St. Lucia?
He could have been a millionaire in St. Lucia because Anson was getting all the goddamn jobs.
Yeah, I know Anson was, and he was a hard worker too, you know.
He was getting jobs, my people. And Anson is a man who had a brain. That's why the flabo have him underneath, the labor have him underneath his feet.
Yeah, and he was a very ipate thing.
Of the labor. He was still being the cup of the labor, and they still want to kill him. And he know that. And to know he was the judge of these people. So if today you want to support him, that's your business. Don't cut nonsense because you are working at home. You know you're doing something, and they take you a vote to parler bas because that is the truth. So say they jello. Et puis Anson n'a vie de encore. Stop blocking these children's lives because we have here what I retire. We call them on their shelf plan no more. Let these children when they go to St. Lucia, or even those up in St. Lucia to when they go for a job. If you to Juga Mado, like where you from? Then you said they who's your family, you say so who put someone up high jobs because of you fucking shit. You want a family? Who do you got to do with party show got there? So let me tell you something. Anson tell people say, who got to learn about the because et puis dire comme ça vous aviez des pilotes qui ont blessé des Ismaël Amérique mais les sont les territoires sécurité et puis les parler des côtés les vieux quasiment déterminement où is your father your mother your father et puis les ça get through na haka get through depuis à présent because pas tellement no contre et c'est les bas pas blow you pas blow comme you quoi bagaille yo ka dire là because on va changer ça les mots de 1989 les mots pas de très belle pour l'homme mais il y a certains gens qui te disent pas l'homme c'est des adventistes yo là you calme mais c'est yo vous supporter qu'à faire toutes ces magies l'homme vient se garder quoi depuis mon cas quoi chef yo pas bien mais quoi chef and so need help so tell him don't come and talk about Flobo at all because Flobo has making this somebody institution that's up to him that was stupid he didn't use his mind to work money and to help the people in institution give them jobs although he was giving some people jobs but instead of giving himself the place he always buying tech praise like it's a guy and you say again that's the trade that way yo so there somebody called someone for him that a whole diagram genogram you are a jitu bagaya tout ces dias di mani passe mo sachet et pas le nom pièce là lively mais calme non mais
Okay.
So pas ça, c'est ça moi t'es venu pour dire ensemble, moi ça vie là il attend moi. Dis c'est ta bouche là, moi qui fait un homme technicien. Il c'est moi qui dit ça, André qui dit ça.
So Brethren, that was another session of the Young and the Restless.
Pastor moi parle on the restless.
Good night. Good night. Reverend, I hope this is not answer calling me, but this is another segment of the Young. The Young and the Restless. Reverend, listen to me. I go to sleep good tonight. But Andrea, thanks for that laughter. But listen to me. One thing I can tell you with Anthony, he's not a lazy guy. You've always worked for, his bread and stuff. I've always seen him. Anytime you see him, he's on the move. In St. Lucia, on the move with his truck back and forth, back and forth. But I like that little soaps there, Young and Restless. Sometimes you need it in your life, It helps you with depression. Somebody say, sorry. Somebody say, as the world turns. Andrea, I don't mean. Sorry, our last call. I hope it's not answered because Twaka Kilasi has a career call. Good night, everybody.
Pastor Garfield.
Boy, I put you crazy, I guess.
Pastor Garfield, chosa. C'est moi avec maman Ishma qui gagne chosa show tout bon non. Pastor Garfield.
Sorry.
Pastor Garfield. C'est moi avec maman Ishma qui gagne chosa. But let me conclude. Let me conclude this thing.
Yeah, I remember I'm the judge, all right?
No, I don't want you to judge anybody. I think it is fair that, that there is equal opportunity, but let me say that to you. Ambition is not measured, okay, by any opportunity that is available to you, okay? Because, like I said, in America, it is important that people understand. I mean that whatever Andrea's frustration is, it is fine. And she can talk about the houses that I have. I'm not going to come out there and wash my dirty linen in public. That's what people would want. For me and my children's mother, to be on an electronic media, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. I just want to say to Andrea that there is no Compton in America. There's no Flambeau in America. Who you are as a person is not going to be measured, okay, by either party. Neither party. I don't seek anything from the St. Lucia Labour Party. Okay, if she herself don't like me and I'm a children's father, do you think the Labour Party are going to like me? I'm not in the Labour Party to seek favor or to be loved by anybody. I have my own life to live, and I'm going to live it regardless. Okay? Who don't like you, it does not matter wherever you are. But I am in America. I just want everybody to know there is no Flambeau, there is no Labour, and I don't know Philippe Jepier, and I don't know Chasney.
Hey.
I don't seek no favor.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the therapy, but I hope you join us for the next session of As the World Turns. Good night.
No, I'll be on tomorrow night.
Okay.
But, Roro is what people like. I'm not going to be
No, tonight I love my Roro.
By the grace of God, I want people to know that I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm a successful person, not through politics.
When you parle, but moi quand tu Roro moi soir.
No, Roro nice.
Yes, I do tell me. Good night. Yes.
No guy and to take friendship outside of politics. So
oui.
So just outside of platform.
Well, as the world turns, brother, good night.
It was a nice show, like I said. And I wish you all the best in everything. May God richly bless you, and we will talk again.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. Reverend, there you have it. So we had our laughter for the night. That's our cup of cocoa tea. All right. So Semuna Dami Bie, dear chairman, tell man nicely. I feel really good. Once you see Andrea call, all fall down we. So me ko 30 call sa, mo henti oui moi. So na dormi bien. Ek honestly de la ati Roro bon. Roro sa mo ko tan. Nice way to end the show. T Roro sa. So this is our new segment that we're going to have on our program. We'll have one called As the World Turns, featuring Anson and Andrea. Andrea can pass it way. And then nu kai ni yon, nu kai create Young and Restless. Nu kai gade po moun pou fe Young and Restless la. Ek nu kai ni ti bagay no. But tonight, I hope you can have a beautiful night. And I hope that you can realize that, listen to me, the world is much bigger than us, and we should enjoy life. Enjoy your life, brethren. We see uni pou we ek bagay kon ha. Moi-même just checkly my first rate come with ek bagay sa, but we have some serious stuff that we got to focus on, and that is the building of a nation. We are years behind in development. And you see why. You see why. Good projects are being criticized. Good projects are left to ruins. Persons can't get funds, and so they start selling, privatizing. And your country and St. Lucia St. Lucia have to face the IMF soon. The IMF, they know that. You think these guys don't know? I'm not going to say certain things to y'all, but you guys think that these guys don't know what is before St. Lucia? So all I can say to you is brace yourself. Brace yourself, folks. And I will say just like Mr. John Compton, save your old clothing. Don't throw them. And watch your bread. Don't waste. Because I'm telling you, you are heading into a financial disaster. Those of you who can plant your kitchen gardens, plant it. Plant enough so you can eat and you can share with your neighbors. Be kindly affectionate one towards the other. Hold no malice, but speak the truth and cause it what it may. Shout the truth from the mountaintop. Lift up your voice like a trumpet and let your voices be heard, proclaiming righteousness. And anchor yourself in the faith of the Lord. Quit you like men. Be firm in the faith. And God will see you through. All right? So you guys, I'm happy that I was able to bring laughter on your faces. I'm happy that I was able to share with you some very important information. And I look forward. I see my mother, Miss Fletcher. Dr. Fletcher. That's my mom, my spiritual mother. She's there monitoring me. So I got to be careful what I say. I got to be careful what I do, because I can get in trouble very easy. I have persons who love me and are praying for me and are encouraging me daily. So those of you who are on the live, I want you to acknowledge my doctor, Dr. Fletcher, my spiritual mother, there on the island. Most of you would know her. No nonsense person. So her son got to be careful. Vamos hen komwani da to aka. Manipu watch woods mo ba iko. So please just put a little like there for Dr. Fletcher for me, just to show appreciation, her commitment towards her country and the development of St. Lucia. All right. So let's have a word of prayer, folks. Those of you who like to pray, don't go. Just stay for prayer. All right. Father, tonight, if we have said anything that would cause a wandering soul to experience discomfort, forgive us. If we had said words tonight that does not represent you, Lord, forgive us. If we have wounded a brother, Lord, forgive us. But Father, we have a crisis before us, and you know, Father, you see all things. Injustice, oh Father, dishonesty, greed, bitterness, hatred, ungodliness in the society. But Father, you have said to us that righteousness exalts the nation. Teach us, Lord, to put you first in our lives. Oh God, politics seems to be the number one in our lives and not Jesus, not you. Teach us to put you first, and all things will be added unto us. Teach us, Lord, to acknowledge you as sovereign. Teach us, Lord, to respect you and to honor you. So I ask that you give us a beautiful night rest tonight, even as we sleep. Those who are at work and have to travel back home, take them home safely. Keep them, Lord, from the evil one, Father. Their families, Lord, that are experiencing sickness, Lord, I bring healing. I pray for healing in the name of Jesus. There are those with cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, problems, sleeping, Lord, demon harassment. Father, we lift up a mighty standard in the name of Jesus. And we ask that no weapon formed against your people shall prosper. But teach us to love a little more. Teach us to be kind just a little more. And keep us, Lord, to love you with all our heart and with all our soul, all our might. But teach us, Lord, to be one. So, Lord, if it's your will that you wake us up in the morning, we'll be mindful to worship you. So as we depart, we pray this prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen. So, folks, those of you who stayed for the prayer, I really appreciate it. And see you, God's willing, tomorrow. We have Eric. Eric is going to disclose a number of things to us in the banana industry. And Eric is going to speak the truth tomorrow. I want you to give him the love and the respect. Eric is not an SLP. Eric is a born United Workers' Party supporter, but he does not support Mr. Chasney. He supports Mr. Pear. So he has his reason for that. That's his problem. But we're going to have a discussion. We're going to have a discussion tomorrow, and we'll see, what's on his mind. All right? So God bless you, folks, and we love you. And thank you for being here with me as I exit the system. As we exit the system. Good night, folks.